The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 14th, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable David G. Valadeo to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kippen.
Would you pray with me? God of grace and truth, dwell among us today in all your glory. In your gracious arms, receive all of us, sinners though we are, and show us your compassion. Welcome us into your steadfast loving kindness, though we are all undeserving of such divine mercy. But isn't that the truth you have been trying to tell us all along? You have created us to be the agents of your love, the hands of your compassion, the mouth of your message of righteousness and justice, but too often we fall short of your will in our service to you. Yet with unmerited favor, in your fullness we have received grace upon grace. You have forgiven our faithlessness, redeemed our waywardness, and offered us the promise of your salvation. In this holy season, may our lives reflect the light you have shone in our darkness, the blessings you have bestowed on us, and may we find countless opportunities to share the joy that we have found in you, that all may know of the depth of your love. By your grace and in the truth of your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House that approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands as approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches from each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and then perhaps extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the importance of the House taking up the remaining appropriation legislation as soon as we get back in the new year. You know, the past 12 months have certainly been trying, but our conference has shown that we can pass strong conservative policy that puts America first. So to my colleagues, enjoy your time with your family, and come January, let's be prepared to finish what the American people expect us to do, and that's to get these remaining appropriation bills across the finish line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to introduce the Books Save Lives Act, legislation to combat the rise in book bans. This past school year had more than 3,000 instances of books banned across 33 states, and in my home state of Massachusetts, libraries saw challenges to books quadruple. Let me make it plain. Book bans are discriminatory and harmful, and Congress must unite against them. As a child who endured sexual abuse, when I read Maya Angelou's I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, it was the first time in my life I knew I was not alone, and it helped me move forward. So when I say that books save lives, I mean that. My bill would recognize this by ensuring libraries offer diverse books and treat discriminatory bans as violations of federal civil rights law. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation for all of the people who are saved by books each and every day.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last night, in a bipartisan manner, the House passed my legislation, Whole Milk for Healthy Kids. This bill addresses the importance of providing whole milk in school cafeterias. It's proven milk is the #1 provider of 13 essential nutrients, as well as a great deal of long-term health benefits, including better bone health, lower blood pressure, reduced risk of cardiovascular disease, and type 2 diabetes. These benefits are crucial for the healthy development of our nation's youth. Over the years, milk has been unfairly demonized, leading to the loss of nearly an entire generation of milk drinkers. This bill will give children a wide variety of milk options and bolster milk consumption, a win-win for growing children and America's dairy farmers. Mr. Speaker, farmers feed, nutrition matters, and whole milk heals. It's time to follow the science and allow whole milk back into the school cafeterias. With bipartisan support, I call my Senate colleagues to bring this bill to the floor and pass this critical legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we know that oil and water don't mix. But right now, there's a dirty pipeline called Line 5 running through the most critical part of the Great Lakes, operated by a company called Enbridge, with a disturbing history of faulty infrastructure and environmental destruction. A Line 5 spill would be devastating for the Great Lakes region and the entire country. The Great Lakes hold 21% of the world's fresh surface water and is home to the precious ecosystems and wildlife, and tens of millions of people rely on them for water, jobs, and recreation. We cannot allow the water we rely on to live, the water that helps make Michigan such a special place for so many, to be sacrificed for corporate greed. The good news is that the President and President Biden could end this threat today by revoking Line 5's presidential permit and committing to the truth that water is life. I call upon the Biden administration to stand with the people of the Great Lakes and shut down Line 5 once and for all. I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Request permission to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to congratulate the Liberty Christian Academy Bulldogs for their monumental victory in the VHSL 3A State Championship football game. On December 9, the Lynchburg-based LCA Bulldogs defeated the Lafayette Rams 28-14 to finish their season with a perfect 14-0 record and earn their first VHSL state football title. This was a history-making moment, coming 9 years after LCA filed an antitrust complaint against the VHSL, seeking to permit themselves and other private schools to join the league. The VHSL ultimately settled and agreed to allow any private school to apply for membership, providing a major victory for all student athletes in private schools across the Commonwealth. Now, just 8 years after they began competing in the predominantly public school league, LCA reached the pinnacle with their state championship. The LCA Bulldogs and Coach Frank Rocco have made their school, the Lynchburg community, and Virginia's 5th District exceptionally proud. I'm honored to represent such a phenomenal group of student athletes in Congress, and I congratulate them on this incredible achievement. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Trust the House for 1 minute and revise next step.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in a few minutes, the House is going to vote on the National Defense Authorization Act, which I strongly support. It's the product of bipartisan, bicameral compromise, which is exactly what the American people crave. And I congratulate Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their outstanding work. Among its many positive provisions, the bill in particular will execute the new AUKUS agreement between the U.S., U.K., and Australia. For the first time since 1958, the U.S. will share nuclear propulsion technology with another nation, our great ally, Australia. It also allows for the first time ever the sale to Australia of U.S.-built nuclear submarines, 3 to be exact. This effort will rebalance the strategic environment in the Indo-Pacific in favor of free, democratic nations that today are being constantly pressurized by the aggressive actions of the world's largest navy, namely the Chinese PLA-N. To be clear, the intent of AUKUS is to guarantee deterrence, peace, and freedom of navigation that has prevailed across the globe for the last 78 years. Mr. Speaker, this year's NDAA will be long remembered for this effort, and I strongly urge all my colleagues to vote yes for this bill. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise next step.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I get to once again say from the House floor
Go Tigers, as I rise to celebrate the 2023 NCAA Men's Soccer National Champions, the Clemson Tigers. On Monday night, the Clemson men's soccer team took to the pitch to beat Notre Dame and close out the season. This is Clemson's 4th national championship in soccer. They claimed victory in '84, '87, 2021, and 2023. With this victory, the soccer program has surpassed football with the most national championships. I'm proud to say that Clemson is one of just 7 schools with 4 or more men's soccer national championships. I want to congratulate head coach Mike Noonan and each of the players on the team that are representing my alma mater in the state of South Carolina so well. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to represent the 2023 NCAA Men's Soccer National Champions. President Clemens, congratulations on the success of this team, the program there at Clemson. Merry Christmas to all. May God bless America. And once again, go Tigers. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this effort to pass the National Defense Authorization Act. It is a strong bipartisan, bicameral compromise to address many of the quality of life needs of our service members and their families. The conference report that I signed reiterates America's commitment to supporting a diverse force that reflects our nation and protects the reproductive rights of service members by keeping DoD's travel policy for non-covered medical care intact. The bill includes a well-deserved pay raise for our service members and expands eligibility for basic needs allowance programs so our military families can have more money in their pockets. To be able to address other issues like improvements of the barracks, housing facilities, and other issues to be able to address recruitment and retention of our military, which is vital. Our service members and their families make incredible sacrifices for us. By passing this bill, we are reinforcing our commitment to them, and I encourage my colleagues in both parties to support and pass this important piece of legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute. Rise, please.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Biden administration's proposal to federally limit milk options to the unpopular fat-free and low-fat types, prohibit students from drinking flavored milk only starts our children off on the wrong foot. Whole milk contains 3.25% fat, making it 96.75% fat-free, as compared to the common 2% or 1% or skim that we see. This is not an incredibly great amount of fat, what the perception would be out there. Whole milk is nutritious and simple. Whole milk doesn't contain any more sugar or carbs than skim or low-fat milk, but it does contain essential nutrients that children need to grow. 8 ounces of whole milk provides 8 grams of protein. That's 16% of the daily recommended value. This high-quality protein builds and repairs muscle, helps us fuller longer, keeps us fuller longer, provides energy and focus, helps maintain bone health and a healthy weight while supporting a healthy immune system. 8-ounce serving of milk, flavored or not, gives children the same as 10 cups of spinach worth of calcium, potassium as 1 small banana, vitamin A is 3/4 cup of broccoli, and vitamin D as 3/4 ounce of cooked salmon. Parents of picky eaters know how hard it is to convince their kids to eat that every day. Whole milk is a good thing. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Merry Christmas. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to discuss why this body needs to pass the JUST Act of 2023. This bill will strengthen civil rights accountability at the United States Department of Agriculture. Some may question, why is this bill necessary? The USDA has had a long and checkered history of racial policies and discrimination against black and other minority farmers. In the 20th century, the United States Department of the USDA farm lending programs undermined African American farmers' ability to continue their operations. And the numbers don't lie. At the beginning of the 1900s, there were more than 925,000 black farm operators who owned more than 16 million acres of land. The most recent numbers from 2017 paint a bleak picture. There are only 48,000 black family farm operators left. So let's strengthen civil rights accountability at the USDA by passing the JUST Act. I yield back the remainder of my time.
For what purpose the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, I note the next order of business is the conference report on H.R. 2670, and I wish to ask several points of parliamentary inquiry and maybe points of order.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
The rules of the House require that every bill must have a stated single purpose to be filed. Was such a statement filed, and if so, what is the single purpose of H.R. 2670?
The chair will not respond to hypothetical measures, questions on measures not pending at this time.
The body can't ask a question as to what the stated single purpose of this conference report is? It's not hypothetical.
The chair will respond to parliamentary questions of the pending measure.
And the pending measure is on the suspension of the rules for 2670. The House...
Okay, now go to this. Go to this. You want me to do it?
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
If a gentleman cannot be recognized for H.R. 2670 at this point, how does one comply with the section in Rule 22 that says a member, delegate, or resident commissioner may raise a point of order against a non-germane matter as specified in paragraph sub 2 before the commencement of debate? So we have to do it before the debate starts, or we've waited too long. Is that not correct, Mr. Speaker?
No member has yet been recognized to even call up a proposition.
No member has even been recognized to prop up or pull up a measure. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Suspend the rules and agree to the conference report on Bill H.R. 2670.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2670, an act to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2024 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
I would ask the Speaker if now is the appropriate time to make motions, points of parliamentary inquiry and motions related to the properness of H.R. 2670 conference report being before this House.
The gentleman will state an inquiry if he has one about the measure.
The gentleman will state an inquiry at this time if he has one about the measure.
You want to jump back in? Go ahead. All right. Mr. Speaker, I would inquire, parliamentary inquiry, I would inquire as to whether or not when originally filed, H.R. 2670 complied with the requirements of the rules of the House to have a single purpose stated, and if so, what was that single purpose?
The chair will not provide an advisory opinion.
The chair will not provide an advisory opinion. The chair would advise the gentleman that, consistent with prior clarifications by the chair, including on December 19, 2007, a motion to suspend the rules waives all points of order that would have otherwise applied to this measure.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state.
That's why we tried to do it before the motion was made, Mr. Speaker. And so I'm questioning, how can a member exercise his rights under the rules to raise objections when the rule clearly says it must be done before the commencement of debate, and now we're told that once a measure has been called up and the motion has been made, we can't make the inquiries or challenge the properness of the conference report.
The gentleman from Alabama has made a motion to suspend the rules, and so when that is the pending proposition, it has the effect of waiving any point of order.
The gentleman from Alabama has made a motion to suspend the rules, and when that is in effect, all points of order are waived.
If the resolution passes, I'm trying to establish whether or not this is even properly before the body.
The motion was properly offered.
The motion was properly offered.
So, point of parliamentary inquiry. So the Speaker is confirming that there was in fact a single motion, a single purpose declaration made at the time of the filing of the bill, because otherwise it's not properly before the House at all.
The gentleman, the chair is confirming that the gentleman has offered a motion to suspend the rules to adopt a conference report, and that is what's pending right now.
Oh, you're going to say that again. The chair is confirming that the gentleman has offered a motion to suspend the rules. And that is what's currently pending.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Gentleman will state.
So the Speaker is indicating that the mere motion to make a suspension of the rules therefore suspends the rules until such time as that motion is defeated.
The gentleman is correct.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
The gentleman will state his inquiry.
I would ask the Speaker if that also applies to any germaneness that might apply that would otherwise be in violation of the conference reports stated in Rule 22.
As the chair just stated, that applies to all points of order.
As the chair just stated, that applies to all points of order.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields. Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, with respect to the time agreement or the discussion about who's controlling the time, I would rise in true opposition to claim time.
Is the gentleman from Washington opposed to the conference report?
No, I am not.
So the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers, and the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to yield to the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, 1/2 of my time, and that he be allowed to control that time.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on the conference report to accompany H.R. 2670, that I may include tabular material on the same.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of FY24 National Defense Authorization Act. The NDA is one of the most consequential bills Congress considers. Passage of this bill each year sends an important signal to the men and women defending our freedom that Congress can function and will prioritize their needs above all else. Enacting the NDA has never been more vital than today. America and our allies face unprecedented and rapidly evolving threats from China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and terrorist organizations throughout the world. These threats are real. We all just witnessed terrorist acts on their threats against one of our closest allies in the Middle East. And we all pray for Israel as it counters the most vile attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. To stay ahead of these threats, DOD came to Congress this year, as they do every year, to request critical new authorities as a part of the National Defense Authorization Act. We took those requests seriously. We held dozens of hearings to examine them. Then we worked to improve them and add our own priorities through the committee and floor processes. We followed regular order and had a conference committee for the first time in 2 years. We fought the Senate for weeks over each other's priorities, and we came to a compromise. That's what's before us today. I'll be the first to admit I'm disappointed we didn't get all the priorities we wanted. But you know what? The Senate is pretty disappointed they didn't get the priorities they wanted either. It takes compromise to move legislation in a divided government, and this bill is a good compromise. It's laser focused on deterring our adversaries, especially China. The conference report includes critical new authorities to ensure our warfighters have what they need to deter our adversaries and prevail in future battles. It goes a long way toward ending woke policies being forced on our service members by left-wing bureaucrats. It includes provisions that ban critical race theory and require promotions based on merit. It includes several provisions that require accountability from the administration, like a special inspector general for Ukraine aid, and a deadline for the DoD to finally pass an audit. It improves the security of Israel by extending weapons transfers and expanding joint military training. And finally, the conference report carries important new quality of life improvements for our service members and their military families, including the largest pay raise in over 20 years. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a compromise, but it's a good compromise. It puts the need of our service members and our national security before all else. I urge members to support, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I apologize. I wasn't sure. It doesn't go to Mr. Roy next?
Goes to you.
Goes to me. All right. Well, I want to just concur. I yield myself 2 minutes.
The gentleman is recognized.
And I concur with the chairman's conclusions. We worked this process as bipartisan and as open as any process in Congress. We had the markup in committee, we had the floor vote, we had a bunch of amendments, the Senate did the same, we went to a conference committee, and we had a very robust discussion. We have disagreements. There are a lot of things in this bill that I do not like. But we have bipartisan control here. We have the Senate controlled by the Democrats, the White House controlled by the Democrats. They have to sign the bill, and the House controlled by the Republicans. So we worked a good compromise. And what this bill does is it supports our troops in their efforts to defend this country and to meet our national security needs. It has a robust pay increase. It has increases in basic housing allowance, and a number of other provisions to support our troops and their families. Critically, it solidifies our alliances with our European allies, with our allies in Asia, and with Israel and our allies in the Middle East to meet the threats that we face. You cannot oppose this bill and claim that you support the national security of this country, because this bill represents that bipartisan compromise that we worked for to get a good bill to meet our national security needs. And again, I will emphasize, to support our troops and to support their families. Nothing is more important in the national security of this country than the people who we ask to defend it. This bill protects them. I urge every member in the body to support it. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. I do rise in opposition to the National Defense Authorization Act, and I say that respectfully to both sides who negotiated the bill, but I think the points that have been made here make my point. I mean, the fact of the matter is what's being stated is it is impossible to oppose the National Defense Authorization Act because we put a pay raise in it, or because we put something in there that is seemingly so important that we have to ignore the critical destruction of our civil liberties by adding FISA extension right on the top of it, without doing the reforms necessary to protect the American people. We do this every year, and then we're told, oh, congratulations, we just had a conference committee. No, we didn't. 5 people didn't even sign the conference report, because what happened was a deal was cut by leadership, by the 4 corners, to shove down a predetermined bill into the conference and said, take it. And then 5 people didn't sign it, and they sent that conference report back to us, and they said, take it, pass this before Christmas, or you're going to leave our men and women in uniform stranded. That's what occurred. That's what's actually happening. And with that, I will yield such time as the gentleman from Florida shall consume.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for as much time as he'll consume.
I regret that I rise in opposition to this NDAA because there is a great deal of good in it, but only in Washington must we bring a bill to the floor so that we are able to militarily confront China while at the same time embracing the policies that make the United States more like China. There is no desire on the part of our great armed services chairman and even the Democrats we worked with to have an extension of spying authorities put in this bill when we have already seen those authorities just totally abused. 278,000 violations of the existing law as the FBI has queried information regarding Americans. When the Obama-appointed Inspector General was reviewing whether or not the administration was complying with existing law, they found out we were breaking the law 38 times an hour. to extend the authorities for spying that were being violated so that people at the FBI could do queries on their neighbors, their coworkers, their ex-lovers. That does not belong in the National Defense Authorization Act, and maybe we would be able to stomach some short-term extension if the underlying bill looked a little more like the product we sent out of the House of Representatives. With this NDAA conference report, you almost feel like a parent who's sent a child off to summer camp and they've come back a monster. That's what we've done. This bill came back in far worse shape. We had concern over these social justice warriors that were making, salaries in the hundreds of thousands of dollars at DOD, so we put a cap on that at 3 times what a private or airman would make. And we claim that that's still in the bill, but the Senate was able to erode that and say so long as that social justice warrior is assigned any other responsibility, they're able to blow through that cap and waste taxpayer money on something that doesn't enhance our lethality or capability or survivability. We had legislation to eliminate the chief diversity officer at DOD because that was the fountainhead of so many of these woke bad ideas, and yet the House receded on that position. Many of our colleagues were concerned that it seemed when you look at our military bases or installations, they were flying flags that weren't the American flag, that the LGBTQ flag, the Black Lives Matter flag, whatever that flag is with all those pink and black triangles in it. And that desire that we had to have the American flag, the flags of our service branches, that was also surrendered by the House of Representatives to the Senate. We wanted a parent's Bill of Rights in DOD schools so that you wouldn't get the strange material that goes into radical gender ideology or race ideology. That abandoned by the House of Representatives. And so we also expressed a great deal of concern over the censorship that the DOD was funding through a lot of its alliances. We put in our bill a prohibition on marketing through those networks that have engaged in broad-scale censorship. And unfortunately, that was replaced with a report. So instead of stopping the money flowing to censorship through the DOD, we've just asked to be informed about it as it's happening, even though we already know it's happening. That's why we've conducted these investigations. So this bill is insufficient to deal with the structural challenges that we have at the Department of Defense, where they have veered substantially left. There is good in the bill, but it does not deserve an affirmative vote with this just absolutely unnecessary and uncalled for extension of spying authorities that we already know have been abused. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I yield to my friend and colleague from the committee, I want to respond to a charge that was made earlier that only 5 members voted or refused to sign the conference report. There were 35 core conferees. 30 core conferees did sign the conference report. I now yield to my friend and the chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee on the HASC, Mr. Lamborn, for 1 minute.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this year's NDAA, and I thank the chairman for his leadership. I'm honored to serve as the chairman of the Strategic Forces Subcommittee. I'm pleased that 53 provisions I led in this year's NDAA received broad bipartisan support. Through this bill, conservatives have achieved major wins that counter harmful Biden administration plans to treat our military like a social experiment. However, we must continue to make necessary investments in our strategic forces. We must prepare to simultaneously address 2 peer aggressors as well as deter the growing threats from Iran and North Korea. And this bill does that. I urge my colleagues to support the bill to ensure our men and women in uniform have the resources they need to defend our nation. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman
I continue
from Alabama
to reserve.
Reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly on the 702 issue. 702 needs to be reformed. There's no question about that, all right? Nobody I know of, however, says that it should completely go away. Well, if we don't do it on this bill, it completely goes away on January 1st, which is a huge national security threat to this country. Universally agreed. Now, I agree with the gentleman. We should debate that policy. But it's fascinating because on Tuesday, we were set up to debate that policy. We had a couple different choices there. And the very people now who are screaming, you can't extend this without reform, blocked the rule that would have allowed us to reform 702. So it really doesn't make any sense. What this bill does is it gives us time to do the reforms that need to be done without jeopardizing national security. And with that, I will yield 2 minutes to the ranking member of the House Intel Committee, who knows this issue very, very well, Mr. Himes.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just reemphasize what the ranking member said. We had a robust conversation about 702 this week, and there should be more robust conversation. What is completely intolerable is the notion that the authority should be allowed to expire. As ranking member of Intelligence, by God, let's reform it, but do not let it expire. If it expires, Americans and allies will die. But I rise in support of the National Defense Authorization Act for 2024 and congratulate Chairman and Ranking Member of the Armed Services Committee for their constructive work on this legislation, which advances our national security. The partnership between the Armed Services Committee and the Intelligence Committee is as strong as it has been during my time in Congress, and I believe that this contributes to enhanced oversight of the agencies charged with protecting national security. Among the many provisions of the NDAA, I want to particularly highlight the Intelligence Authorization Act, which is incorporated as Division G of the NDAA. Under the leadership of Chairman Turner, the Intelligence Committee has worked collaboratively and effectively to advance the IAA. The conference agreement we have reached with the Senate advances our national security while supporting the brave men and women of the intelligence community. FY24 IAA includes numerous provisions, the vast majority of which were developed on a bipartisan basis. To highlight just a few, the IAA includes a number of proposals I developed jointly with Chairman Turner intended to accelerate the IC's adoption of cutting-edge technology, particularly artificial intelligence. Our ability to leverage emerging technologies to the IC's mission will determine our ability to stay ahead of our adversaries in a world of great power competition. The legislation also includes sweeping reforms to how the CIA handles allegations of sexual assault and sexual harassment. These reforms come out of a bipartisan investigation in which we found that too many CIA officers have experienced sexual misconduct, and the agency's protocols for dealing with these incidents were often frustrating and not centered on victims. Our legislation would streamline those processes so victims know where to turn and what to expect. Madam Speaker, there is no question we face dangerous and complex challenges around the world. The IC's unique capabilities are what continue to give us the edge over our adversaries and keep Americans safe. I urge support of the NDAA and with the IAA, which is included, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. I want to clear up one misconception, that somehow there was a block of us who were denying the ability to have a rule on the floor with respect to FISA 702. The fact is, the question was there was going to be a rule for something called Queen of the Hill, in which two bills would have been put forward with no amendments. None. There would have been no debate on the House floor. There would have been no ability to amend it here on the floor. As usual, it would have been the people who say they're the only ones who know the information needed to make the decisions for the American people, to do it in a committee behind closed doors, often in the skiff, without half of us knowing any of the information, and then bring it to the floor and say, take it or leave it. That was what was going to occur, and we said we shouldn't do it that way, that what we should do is bring in a bill to the floor that would reform FISA, allow us to offer amendments, have a debate on the warrant requirements, have a debate on who it applies to, and decide whether or not we're going to actually protect the civil liberties of the American people. But instead, no, what we're going to do is pile on an extension of FISA on the back of our defense authorization, that is on the back of our men and women in uniform. We're going to allow it to be extended and the procedures extend until April of 2025. That is what your people's house is going to do. I yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Montana.
The gentleman from Montana is recognized for 90 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my good friend from Texas. In July, the House Republicans passed the most conservative NDAA in history that ended Biden's taxpayer-funded abortion travel, stopped taxpayer-funded gender transition surgeries, and prevented American citizens from being indefinitely detained without charge or trial. And I was proud to vote for that legislation. I understand that this bill would change in the Senate and knew that compromise was inevitable. However, I cannot support a bill written by the D.C. Uniparty that removes all of the reforms and watch as leadership once again suspends the rules we fought to restore, preventing members from even amending this flawed legislation. Even worse, this legislation includes a clean extension of FISA Section 702, which allowed the FBI to spy on U.S. citizens more than 278,000 times without a warrant. The FBI, under President Biden, has been weaponized against the American people, and major reform is needed. FISA should not be combined with our national defense, and it is unacceptable that leadership is bypassing regular order to jam members by forcing them to vote on two unrelated bills with one vote. And make no mistake about this, folks. This one vote
Gentleman's time has expired.
will allow the United States government to
Gentleman's
spy
time
on
has
you
expired.
and the United States military to lock you up in
Gentleman's time has
Guantanamo
expired.
Bay without
Gentleman's
representation.
time has
I
expired.
yield
Gentleman
back.
from Texas reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Speaker, at this time I'd like to recognize one of the most senior members of the Armed Services Committee and a real leader on national defense issues, Mr. Wilson of South Carolina.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Congratulations, Chairman Mike Rogers and Ranking Member Adam Smith, for the diligent work for this bipartisan NDAA, which I support. The axis of evil, war criminal Putin, the regime in Tehran, the Chinese Communist Party, dictators with rule of gun, invading democracies with rule of law. This makes the passage of this bipartisan legislation more important than ever. I'm grateful to have provisions included: authorization for operations for critical missions at the Savannah River site, including plutonium pit production and tritium finishing facility; the U.S.-Israel Future of Warfare Act, which provides for collaboration on defense and technology for border security; the Foreign Extortion Prevention Act, protecting American companies from demands for bribes by corrupt foreign officials. This is the most significant anti-corruption law since the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act of 1977. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, which promotes peace through strength. I yield back.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank the Speaker. I would note that even if Section 702 lapses in the end of December, the intelligence community will remain able to conduct 702 collection and queries until April 11th, 2024. And by the way, that's just even setting aside Article 1 authority, which the President of the United States can go exercise, but under the current FISC certification. Number two, if the NDAA is passed with a FISA extension, as I said before, to April 19th, 2024, it will enable the Biden administration to seek another year-long certification, which would kick it until April of 2025. Both of those points have been independently corroborated by CRS attorneys as recently as August of this year and by Trump administration attorneys under similar circumstances, as reported in the New York Times in 2017, an article that laid that out in the New York Times. I would like to yield 90 seconds to the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 90 seconds.
I thank the Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know it's Christmas, and you can sure tell because here we go with the ornaments. We got a Christmas tree headed out, and we got to put some ornaments on it. That's what's happening right now. And of course, we're going to violate our rules. You saw it here just a few moments ago. This violates the single subject rule because Americans are literally sick of their representatives coming home and saying to them, well, you know, I didn't want to vote for that, but this was on it, and we had to get this, so I had to vote for that. That's how this town works. That's how you end up $34 trillion in debt, and that's how you spy on 278,000 Americans under the federal government's authority. It violates the germaneness rule. People say, well, what does that matter? Why does it matter if it's germane? Ladies and gentlemen, the House passed a bill, a pretty good bill, thanks to the chairman, a pretty good bill. The Senate passed a bill. I don't think it's pretty good, but they passed a bill. Either way, you know what wasn't in either of those bills? The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, used to spy on Americans. That wasn't in the bill. But at the last minute, it was airdropped into this bill. And on this House, when we asked, because we put in the rules, we need to know what the single purpose of the bill is. When we asked, what is the single purpose of this bill? This House said, we're not even going to tell you that, American people. We're not going to tell you that. They're not going to tell you that because they want to couple these two things together, pass a terrible National Defense Authorization Act, tell you the troops aren't being paid when they are being paid, and allow the federal government under the guise of law to spy on every American citizen. It is unconscionable. It is unacceptable. You should vote no.
Time is
I yield.
expired. Gentleman from Texas
Reserve.
reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I'd like to yield 1 minute to my friend and colleague, Virginia, the chairman of the Tactical Air Land Subcommittee, Mr. Whitman.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the chairman for yielding. War is on our doorstep. With the Russian invasion of Ukraine, Iran's proxy conflict with Israel, North Korea's long-range ballistic missile development, and China's belligerence in the South China Sea, an axis of evil is rising again. These nations seek to challenge the security of the world that has provided our nation's prosperity since World War II. But we are answering the call with this year's NDAA. We drafted this bill to address the growing national security threats while taking care of our service members. The bill increases the top line of defense to keep pace with our national security challenges. It provides 5.2% service member pay increase, the largest increase in 20 years. This bill provides a path for COVID vaccine service members to be reinstated. The bill curbs a reckless administration's diversity, equity, and inclusion appetite that detracts from warfighting. The bill provides needed force structure focus by retaining critical aircraft and ships, preparing us to deter conflict before 2030. My friend, this is the right bill at the right time. We need it urgently to deter catastrophic conflict.
Gentleman's time
I want to
is-
recognize Ranking Member Norcross.
The
who's a
gentleman's
great
time has
teammate.
expired.
I thank the chairman and urge members
Gentleman-
to support and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
May I inquire as to how much time the various folks have left here?
Gentleman from Washington has 5.5 minutes. Gentleman from Alabama has 4 minutes. Texas has 9.5.
Hey, I yield myself a minute and a half.
You are recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you. I just want to really focus on this notion that this is how this town works and how terrible that is. I really don't understand where people get the idea that the way the world works is you get absolutely everything you want and nobody else gets anything. This isn't how this town works. This is how life works in your family, in your community, in your neighborhood, everywhere. And I know you guys know this because we just had the vote on Israel not long ago. And I would ask you, what does the IRS have to do with defending Israel? And yet somehow you guys decided you had to put the IRS cuts in with the Israel bill, and you all voted for it, happy as a clam, all right? Let's get away. If you don't like the deal, fine, vote no. That's cool. But the idea that you're saying, oh, this is just the worst process in the world, apparently you don't like democracy. Because that's what democracy is. You compromise and you work with people and you do it all the time. Argue against the substance of the bill, but please stop tearing down this institution and tearing down this democracy. We have to try to get along with people we don't agree with. I'll quote Game of Thrones. You don't make peace with your friends, you make peace with your enemies, okay? You gotta find a way to get along with people who you disagree with. And the chairman of your committee did an outstanding job of doing that in this bill. And I urge everybody to support it.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
So the question is who gets to decide? That's the question. Who gets to make these grand pronouncements of who is going to compromise? Because it sure as hell wasn't any of us. That wasn't the deal. What was tried to be done with FISA was to bring two bills to the floor unamendable, decided only by small groups of people. That's what was occurring. And with respect to this, it was decided by leadership, both sides, to take and jam FISA extension on the back of our men and women in uniform, bring that to the floor in violation of our rules for single subject, and then say, take it or leave it. That was what was done. That was the compromise. See, if you poke the bear in this town, right, they don't like to be poked because it changes the way this town works. Heaven forbid. Because it's been going so well, so beautifully, that we have $34 trillion in debt, and that we have rampant spying on the American people that is occurring. In 2020 and early 21, the FBI conducted 278,000 improper searches of Americans, according to the 2022 Fisk report. We're just supposed to trust the FBI has fixed that. In June of 2022, an FBI analyst conducted 4 queries of Section 702 information using the last names of a United States senator and a state senator based on information that a foreign intelligence service was targeting those individuals. We have rampant abuses going on, and this body is just going to extend the very mechanism of those abuses on the back of the National Defense Authorization Act and say, have a nice day, Merry Christmas, go home and have your turkey, go home and be with your families. That's what's actually occurring. I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
In the last round of debate, House Republicans were criticized for providing a pay-for our plan to support Israel out of the IRS. And the theory is that, well, it's just totally unrelated. But a pay-for the things we are doing, that is always related. It is only in Washington, certainly not in many of our state capitals, where you can have an ambition to go fund something and then not identify the offset that would naturally allow you to engage in that. And the only real substantive debate I've heard in favor of this bill is that it does good pay increases for our service members, and undeniably that has universal agreement within this body. But I think about the 8,600 service members who were forced to separate from our military because of an ill-conceived, now withdrawn vaccine requirement. And we were told over and over again that there would be back pay and reparations and restoration of rank for those people who were improperly told that they could not express their patriotism through military service because they didn't want to take an experimental vaccine. And yet that is totally absent in this legislation. And so in communities like mine that are military heavy, the 5% pay increase will be very welcome. But every one of our military families knows someone who now is not able to have their job, who has seen impact to their spouses, to their marriages, to their children because of this mandate. And we ought to have really taken care of those great folks. We didn't in this bill, and I am all about compromise. But to me, compromise ought to reflect the work of the House and the Senate, and then linking those matters up. Neither the House nor the Senate version of this bill dealt with extending spying authorities, as my colleague from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, said. That was something that was added in, so that's the process objection. Not that we're unable to compromise on that which we present different views on. It's when a totally new issue just parachutes in and drops on what would otherwise be legislation we would want to agree to.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
My friend from Florida, who is a member of the Armed Services Committee, knows very well there are hundreds of provisions in this bill that are good for our service members, in addition to the 5.2% pay raise, which is the biggest in 20 years. And with regard to the individuals who had to leave the service because of COVID, this bill provides a pathway back for them to get into the service without a rank punishment. There is much in this bill that he knows is good, and to characterize it as having only the pay raise as a reason to vote for it is disappointing. At this time, I'd like to yield 1 minute to a real leader on the Armed Services Committee, the chairman of the subcommittee on cybersecurity, Mr. Gallagher of Wisconsin.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the bill. As you look across the world, deterrence is collapsing, and we in this body need to do everything possible to restore it. And as chairman of the Cyber Information Technologies and Innovation Subcommittee, I'm proud of many provisions we got into the bill that will spark innovation across the Pentagon, that will strengthen offensive and defensive cybersecurity and ensure our warfighters are equipped with cutting-edge technology that they need today. I also want to thank the chairman for working with the Select Committee on the CCP to include a lot of our recommendations, including enhanced cyber cooperation with and prioritization of aid to Taiwan and detailed analyses of China's defense spending. At the end of this process, I think the chairman and the ranking member can proudly say that we will have done our work on the Armed Services Committee. We will have authorized what we need to authorize, and that's a testament to their leadership and the spirit of bipartisanship they've set. But we also do need to appropriate money to the Defense Department, and we have not done that. We're having a debate about a supplemental, which begs the question, what are we supplementing?
Gentleman's time has
expired. If we
expired.
don't appropriate, we'll lose $37 billion.
Gentleman's
That's
time has
bad for
expired.
defense.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I would just point out that the money from the IRS was not a pay-for. It actually increased the deficit. Under the rules of the House, the people who decide how to score those things scored it as adding money to it. So it wasn't a pay-for. It was going after the IRS to appease people so they could vote for the larger package. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This time I'd like to recognize an outstanding freshman of the House Armed Services Committee, Mr. Strong of the great state of Alabama, for 30 seconds.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. I commend Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith for their leadership and thank both sides of the aisle for your vigorous debate while working together to create a bill that is focused on the defense and security of our nation. The NDAA passed through the House Armed Services Committee by a vote of 59-1. This shows that Republicans and Democrats can work together to solve our nation's problems. This committee put national security first and set an example on how to bring a bipartisan bill to the United States House floor. I urge my colleagues to support the FY24 NDAA on behalf of our nation and the American warfighter.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Sorry, may I inquire again as to how much time is remaining?
The gentleman from Washington has 3.5 minutes. Gentleman from Texas has 5 minutes. Gentleman from Alabama has 2.
Thank you. I am pleased at this point to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, the ranking member on the Tactical Air Forces. I'm getting the name of the subcommittee at this point. He's the ranking member of subcommittee. Mr. Norcross is right.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you, Chairman. Congress has a really proud tradition passing our annual NDAA, and passing this bill is as important as ever. The NDAA is a result of hard work that you've heard, both sides supporting our military and providing our war fighters with the tools and the resources they need. This bill includes my enhanced Buy American legislation to support American jobs by ensuring reliable stability and security of our defense industrial base, strengthening the relationship with our trusted allies. A strong military begins with a U.S. defense industrial base built on domestic components by an American workforce. The fiscal 24 NDAA is a testament to compromise. I'm grateful that the House Subcommittee Chairman, Mr. Whitman, and certainly our professional staff for work they've done to get this across the finish line for the American people. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. We are here because it's right before Christmas, and everybody says, we must pass this. Okay, we should pass the Defense Authorization Act. We should deal with FISA, but it shouldn't be an extension of FISA that continues the same procedures that have been abused and extends those procedures through April of 2025. But yet that's what we're going to do. The fact of the matter is, an NSA analyst backdoor search for the communication of 2 individuals the analyst had met on an online dating service. An NSA analyst backdoor search for the communications of a prospective tenant of a rental property they owned. A backdoor search for the names and dates of births of individuals registered competitors in an athletic event. A backdoor search for 1,600 Americans who had flown through an airport during a particular date range and were either traveling to or returning from a foreign country. All according to a report from the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board. The FISA court issued opinions in 2018, 19, 20, and 22 decrying FBI agents' persistent and widespread violation of such safeguards. Now, I do believe we have bipartisan reforms. We just passed a good bill out of judiciary. I believe it's a good bill passed out of Intel. I prefer the judiciary bill. I think we should be debating those. I think we should have one bill on the floor, and I think we should amend them. We have 18 days left in the calendar year before FISA allegedly expires, which I already detailed. CRS attorneys and other outside experts detailing how they will continue to be able to collect data under 702. But we could get it done by December 31st if we actually did our job. But instead, what we're going to do is kick the can down the road, and we're going to empower the court to be able to set the procedures in place for another 16 months, because that's what we do. We are the house of kicking the can down the road. It's what we do every year. We're doing it right now. We're doing it today. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, as I listen to this debate, I'm reminded of how blessed we are with incredible staff on both the majority and minority side that have spent months preparing this piece of legislation. And I think that it's important all of us to take pause and thank them for all the hard work they've done in preparing this bill, and particularly the overtime they put in the last few weeks. With that, I want to recognize another outstanding freshman member of the House Armed Services Committee, Mr. Carlos Jimenez from Florida, for 30 seconds.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The United States is facing a host of pressing issues, from Communist China's increased aggression in the Indo-Pacific to attacks by Iran-backed Hamas terrorists against our dear friend Israel. This NDAA ensures our military is ready and able to meet these challenges head-on. In South Florida and across the nation, living and housing costs are a priority for our men and women in uniform. This NDAA secures a 5.2% increase in pay to our service members, the largest in 20 years, and authorizes $394 million more than the President's budget request for the new family housing and barracks, and increased eligibility for cost of living allowances. While this NDAA may not be perfect, it fully funds our military, enhances capabilities and readiness, and supports our brave service members.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Washington is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves until time to close.
Gentleman from Washington is recognized. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Sorry, as I understand it, I go second to last, and I'm prepared to close at this point as well.
Gentleman's correct.
So, yes, yeah.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Another point that I think merits observation is, as we speak, with the 18 days remaining, the Senate, rather than working on ensuring that we get a better NDAA, but more importantly in this context, because that process is kind of played out, rather than figuring out how we're going to deal with FISA and reform it to make sure American civil liberties are protected, we have the Senate in negotiations with the White House on figuring out what crumbs we can be given for border security to be attached to Ukraine funding, while Zelensky is paraded around Washington trying to demand more money for Ukraine when our border's wide open. So the Senate has plenty of time to hold themselves here in negotiation with the White House so we can beg for crumbs for the protection of our sovereignty and security of the people of Texas and the people of this country. But we don't have time to figure out how to fix FISA. It's pretty extraordinary. It's pretty extraordinary. And in the meantime, in this very bill is $600 million authorized for Ukraine. Now, I'm actually not personally all that troubled by those provisions. We supported them in the authorization bill in July. But I would note, importantly, to my colleagues on this side of the aisle, a majority of Republicans opposed an amendment for the continuation of that funding to Ukraine in a September vote on the floor. A majority of Republicans opposed that funding. And yet, we are authorizing it here on the back of a number of provisions that we don't support, and on the back of FISA being piled on the top of that defense authorization bill. For the life of me, I do not understand why this is how Republicans think we should end the year heading out for Christmas. I reserve.
Gentleman, is the gentleman prepared to close?
Did I go first on? Yeah. Yes.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for closing.
We have come to the floor today on a bill that all of us want to see passed. Every single one of us want to pass a National Defense Authorization Act. Every single one of us wants to ensure that our men and women in uniform are paid appropriately, have the tools they need to carry out their job, have the care when they get home, and that we do our job. Every single one of us wants to make sure that we do that. But we are doing a terrible disservice to the people of this country by piling on an extension of a FISA regime that was abused, notably, clearly abused against American citizens without reforming that piece of legislation, by kicking the can down the road, by extending it not just through April, but through April of 2025. A vote for this bill is not just a bill for pay raises and support for our men and women in uniform. A vote for this bill is a perpetuation of the woke policies undermining our military, breaking down morale, driving down recruiting, and now undermining the civil liberties of the American people by not reforming FISA. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you. I yield myself the balance of the time.
The The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I think the most revealing thing said by the gentleman from Texas was a majority of Republicans. A majority of Republicans supported something, so how possibly could we not do it? And that really reflects their opposition. They would like a majority of Republicans to control this bill. Now, to the credit of the chairman and others, they recognize that bipartisan compromise is what we have to get to. They believe that what they want, they get regardless of how anybody else votes. Not the way the process works. We've worked a very good bill, got a very good outcome here. We haven't even mentioned things like the AUKUS agreement, a crucial agreement in deterring China and strengthening our allies. Whole lot of things in this bill that are going to have a very positive outcome on national security. Also, I do want to point out that this is important for the House to be involved. If we insist upon the notion that everybody has to agree, we become irrelevant. This is the House expressing oversight of the executive branch. And yes, it's on the defense bill, but it's also in the intel bill, and it's on the foreign affairs bill. And if we aren't able to do that, the executive branch becomes more powerful and we disappear. Now, in the appropriations process, we tried that. The House couldn't pass roughly half of the appropriations bills because everybody insisted on having it exactly their way. And again, we've rendered ourselves irrelevant. Please vote for this bill. It is the reflection of a bipartisan, bicameral effort of the legislative branch to assert its authority and its obligation to exercise oversight. Lastly, I want to echo Mr. Rogers' comments. Our staff is beyond fantastic. Have not had as much time in this debate to thank them as I would like. They've done a great job. The floor staff, the parliamentary staff has pulled it all together. And one note of personal privilege, I want to specifically thank Connor Stubbs, my legislative director, for his outstanding work. He has the bad taste to be leaving my office tomorrow, going on to bigger and better things, but he's done an outstanding job and is really reflective of the entire staff that I have, Mr. Rogers has, Hask, Sask, tremendous people who work more hours than anybody could possibly calculate to make this happen. So thank you very much. And again, please vote for this bill. It's enormously important that we do so. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to close by reminding my colleagues who are considering voting against this conference report of what it actually does and what you would be on record opposing. The FY24 NDA requires military promotions to be based on merit and performance, bans the teaching of critical race theory in our military, requires border wall materials to be turned over to our southwest border states, caps the pay of Pentagon DEI bureaucracy, defends Israel with additional weapons transfers and military training, prohibits the closure of Guantanamo Bay and transfer of terrorists to U.S. prisons, bans the contracting with Chinese companies, protects our military bases, defense research, and supply chains from Chinese espionage, trains and equips Taiwan, provides a path back to service for those discharged over COVID-19 vaccine, creates a new monthly pay bonus, improves housing and expands benefits for junior enlisted service members and their families, and finally, the NDAA provides for the largest pay raise in over 20 years. I urge all members to keep those things in mind when they vote today. With that, I want to thank Chairman Reed and Ranking Member Smith and Wicker. It's been great to work with in this process. I also want to thank our staff, House and Senate staff. They're just top notch. And I want to thank the leadership on both sides, as well as the tremendous professionals of the Office of Legislative Counsel, Congressional Budget Office, House Parliamentarian, and the House Clerk for all their help. Finally, I want to thank the brave men and women in uniform for their willing service and sacrifice around the world to keep us free and safe. And with all that, I urge all members to vote in favor of the conference report. And I yield back.
Does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Across the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 23 and the nays are 307. The motion is not adopted. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and adopt the conference report on H.R. 2670? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, for what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules and agree on the conference report on H.R. 2670 will be followed by a 5-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2365. This is a 5-minute vote.
minute remaining.
On this vote, the yeas are 310, the nays are 118. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The conference report is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the House on the motion of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 2365 as amended. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 2365, a bill to direct the Secretary of Health and Human Services to carry out a national project to prevent and cure Parkinson's, to be known as the National Parkinson's Project, and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 407, the nays are 9. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Without objection, the title is amended. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, sir. Pursuant to the Barry Goldwater Scholarship and Excellence in Education Foundation, authorizing Statute 20 U.S.C. 4703, I am pleased to recommend the following appointment to the Board of Trustees. The Honorable Glenn Grothman of Wisconsin. Signed sincerely, Steve Scalise, Republican leader.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., December 14, 2023. I hereby designate the period from Thursday, December 14, 2023, through Monday, January 8, 2024, as a district work period under Section 3Z of House Resolution 5. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order.
Yep. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this holiday season, many parents in Washington's 4th Congressional District and across the nation will struggle to afford a special holiday meal for their family or buy presents for their children. The hard truth is that under the president's self-proclaimed Bidenomics agenda, we've seen trillions spent, causing inflation to skyrocket to a 40-year high. Americans today are still struggling to afford the everyday expenses because families are spending over $11,000 more this year than last to purchase the same basic goods. Mr. Speaker, this Congress, we've been working to rein in the out-of-control spending that this administration promotes and pursues. Over the summer, House Republicans successfully passed the Fiscal Responsibility Act to restore sanity, limit inflation in spending, lift Americans out of poverty, but there is more work to be done. As a member of the House Appropriations Committee, I'm proud of our efforts in mitigating the damage done by big government spending and reintroducing a common-sense conservative approach to the way we use taxpayer dollars. We must continue to foster an economy that works for the American people rather than against them. And on that note, would like to wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revising semi-remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to praise President Biden and my Democratic colleagues for our work to support the American people this year. We are building bridges and paving new roads across this country. We broke ground on the new Hudson River Tunnel to boost travel and the economy. We are lowering prices on insulin and other life-saving medications. We are improving education. We are protecting voting rights. We are fighting for reproductive rights for all women. We are creating jobs and investing in new semiconductor chip technology to protect American innovations. The American people told us that this is what they want done. We are doing them. Republicans threw out the House Speaker for the first time in U.S. history and worked for their reckless political agenda instead of the American people. So Democrats work for America, Republicans work for themselves, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to the city of Savannah, Georgia, as it was named among the best places to retire by Southern Living. This travel publication considered numerous factors such as cost of living, home values, hospitality, accessibility, and others. Savannah was even nicknamed the hostess city of the South. The city was highlighted for its dense arts and culture as well as its historic charm. Being an important asset to the city, the Savannah College of Art and Design fills nearly 70 buildings downtown and hosts an annual sidewalk arts festival named Chalk of the Town. However, there is much more beyond this incredible culture. The city dates back all the way to 1733, which shines through the carefully preserved historic buildings, roads, and homes. Savannah offers trolley rides through picturesque squares as well as dozens of historic cemeteries. The city holds the key to the most excellent quality of life. The city is my home. It is where I've lived all my life, and I'm so very proud of the city of Savannah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise with a heavy heart to honor the life of my friend, Addie Barkan, who passed away earlier this year due to complications of ALS. And Addie is fondly remembered by many as a brilliant strategist, communicator, and advocate. He was an activist who brought our nation closer to making health care in America a basic human right. But beyond being one of the most powerful activists in America, Addie Barkan was also a loving husband and a dedicated father. My condolences to Rachel, his partner of 18 years, and their 2 children. My heart goes out to your family, Rachel, during this difficult time. While I can't imagine a world without Addie, I know that through Be a Hero, his work and his legacy will live on. That's why I'm so proud to partner with Be a Hero and work towards introducing the Addie Barkan Memorial Resolution and urge my colleagues to support this resolution when introduced. Again, thank you, Addie, for advocating for a better tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I stand to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Arkansas State University Red Bulls football team for their well-deserved selection to participate in the 2023 Camellia Bowl, where they will face Northern Illinois University. Reflecting on the 2023 football season, there's every indication that the Red Wolves are poised for success in their upcoming clash with NIU. Quarterback Jalen Rayner has been a true leader on the field, helping deliver exhilarating victories that have ignited the enthusiasm of Arkansas State's devoted fans. As an alum of Arkansas State, I eagerly await the moment when Coach Butch Jones and the entire Wolfpack take the field on December 23rd to proudly represent Natural State on a national stage. Wolves up, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Speaker, I rise to support the bipartisan NDAA H.R. 2670 because there are men and women on the front lines across this nation and across the world who are doing the work of this nation. They are civilians, they're men and women in the United States military. This is providing logistical and operational support with equipment, training, resources needed to carry on. Yes, and we have reaffirmed diversity, equity, and inclusion, as well as the rights and personal rights of our soldiers to have reproductive rights. In addition, my bill, the Foreign Extortion Bill Prevention Act, is included, which stops Americans from being extorted overseas. It will finally enable U.S. law enforcement to indict foreign kleptocrats for extorting U.S. businesses and American businesses and Americans individually, which will basically stop the prosperous work that we're doing. But as well, I stand here supporting the Biden-Harris administration because inflation is going down, retail purchases are going up, we're spreading broadband across America, and yes, we're standing together to fight against denying women their reproductive rights. Biden and Harris are going forward with the Democratic Congress, and we are standing here working for America. We'll never leave you alone. We'll always stand with you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the floor for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
The story of the birth of Jesus Christ from the Gospel of Luke. And it came to pass in those days that there went out a decree from Caesar Augustus that all the world should be taxed. And all went to be taxed, every one into his own city. And Joseph also went up from Galilee, out of the city of Nazareth, into Judea, unto the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, to be taxed with Mary, his espoused wife, being great with child. And so it was, while they were there, the days were accomplished that she should be delivered. And she brought forth her firstborn son, and wrapped him in swaddling clothes, and laid him in a manger, because there was no room for them in the inn. And there were in the same country shepherds, abiding in the flock, abiding in the field, keeping watch over their flock by night. And lo, the angel of the Lord came upon them, and the glory of the Lord shone round about them, and they were sore afraid. And the angel said unto them, Fear not, for behold, I bring you good tidings of great joy, which shall be to all people. For unto you is born this day in the city of David a Savior, which is Christ the Lord. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday my Republican colleagues voted to condemn college presidents. I wish they were condemning anti-Semitism, but don't let the title of that resolution fool you, because this was never about that. And we know that because they did not condemn anti-Semitism when the Unite the Right rally chanted that Jews will not replace us. They didn't condemn anti-Semitism when their former speaker shared a cartoon suggesting that Jewish bankers controlled the world. They didn't condemn anti-Semitism when Donald Trump said that he only wanted Jews to count his money. In every case, they have stood by in silent cowardice and defended hate speech as free speech. And yet they have the gall to ask college presidents to resign for emulating their cowardice. Donald Trump's rhetoric led to a spike in hate crimes, anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim hate crimes. It spiked again, both spiked again after October 6th. And if you are only calling it out when it's politically convenient, you are not helping, you are a part of the problem. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the memory of two brave firefighters in my district who recently perished in a tragic accident. Fire Chief Ralph Stegbauer, Captain Jeff Skaggs were longtime members of the Concord Green Township Fire Department and proud sons of Fayette County. Each man put their lives on the line daily for their community, whether it was responding to house fires at 3 a.m. or serving as first responders to roadway accidents. Steve Stegbauer, Captain Skaggs, served selfishly. Chief Stegbauer, a retired health department worker and teacher, left his mark on all those he encountered. A loving husband, a proud father of 2 children. Chief Stegbauer always sought to build up those who were around him. Captain Skaggs, also a long-time history of not only serving Fayette County, but the country as a whole. He served in the United States military as a Ranger and later was given the rank of E5 Sergeant. Friends and family remember him as the first person to offer help to anyone who was in need. His community regarded him in the same way that he was never too busy to lend a helping hand. These two men exemplified what it meant to be an Ohioan. They worked hard to support their families, but still found time to give back to their communities. They put their lives on the line as volunteer firefighters and first responders, never asking for anything in return. Their tragic passing has left a hole in our community, and they will be missed dearly. But their selfless public service also inspires all of us to work harder to make our communities just a little better. And at Christmas time, please keep their family in your prayers. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the life of Amos E. Pierce, Jr., a World War II hero and father of my dear friend and acclaimed actor, Wendell Pierce. His life, spanning 98 years, was a testament to resilience, courage, and pursuit of justice. Amos served as an Army corporal with the 24th Infantry Regiment during the Battle of Saipan in 1944. Though he faced racial discrimination, his commitment to country and values remained unwavering. Despite losing his home to Hurricane Katrina in 2005, Amos and his family triumphed over adversity. Wendell Pierce's dedication and courage to begin rebuilding Pontchartrain Park and founding Pontchartrain Park's Community Development Corporation was a testament to the leadership he learned at an early age from his father and reflects the family commitment to legacy and community. Amos's enduring spirit, active involvement in church, and unwavering support for his son's artistic pursuit define a life rich in love and profound sense of purpose. As a World War II veteran, father, and community pillar, Amos leaves behind an enduring legacy. To my friends, Wendell and Ron, your father was an inspiration to me and so many others. Our prayers are with you and your entire family. May he rest in peace. God bless you all. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the conference report for the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act. I am proud to report that this conference report includes language that I authored to both rein in government-sponsored censorship and help resolve the military recruiting crisis. The 2024 NDAA will require advertising agencies placing military recruitment commercials to certify that they have not placed advertisements in news sources based on personal or institutional political preferences or biases or determinations of misinformation. This language is intended to provide the Department of Defense from contracting with advertising agencies that utilize blacklists provided by organizations like Global Disinformation Index and NewsGuard, which have been found to be biased against conservative viewpoints. Mr. Speaker, of the 5 Defense Department service branches, only 2, the Marine Corps and Space Force, met their active duty enlistment recruitment goals for the fiscal year 2023. Last year, the Army missed its recruiting goals by 25%. In the midst of this recruiting crisis, it makes 0 sense to artificially limit the reach of our military recruitment advertisements. It is especially foolish when those limitations target the sites frequently visited by the people most likely to volunteer to serve. I am grateful to Chairman Rogers, Speaker Johnson, and Ranking Member
Gentleman's
Wicker
time has expired.
for fighting to include this important revision.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I am here today to recognize Senior Master Sergeant Jess Roper, who has served as my Department of Defense Fellow this past year. Jess has served in the Air Force for 18 years, primarily as a Korean linguist, and has been stationed across the country and around the world, from California to South Korea, from Hawaii to Iraq. Jess's contributions to my office are countless. She's staffed me through my work on the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. She's overseen the introduction of legislation on cybersecurity and mental health, and she's delivered on priorities for the Service Women and Women Veterans Caucus as well. Jess's dedication to public service is something we should all aspire to, but she's also so much more than that. To date, she has completed 72 marathons, including one in Antarctica. She holds 2 master's degrees and is also recently a first-time homeowner. She is an amazing woman. While my team and I are very sad to see her go, we're so thrilled that she was assigned to us, and she will always be ours. I wish her nothing but the absolute best as she moves forward in her career. Jess, aim high and Godspeed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the retirement of a distinguished member of the Myrtle Beach Police Department, K-9 Beck. I'm proud to congratulate this K-9 and the rest of the Myrtle Beach Police Force for their crucial role in the department's drug detection and weapons recovery program. With well over 300 deployments, Beck was able to track and seize an array of illicit drugs, including 44 kilograms of marijuana, several ounces of heroin, cocaine, and meth. He was responsible for multiple firearm retrievals and numerous building searches. These efforts led to over 50 criminal apprehensions. Thank you, K-9 Beck, the Myrtle Beach Police Department, and all law enforcement agents across our country for the work that they do to keep us and our countrymen safe. South Carolina is indeed safer because of the men, women, and dogs in uniform. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
As the youngest Jewish member of Congress, I know personally how hard it feels to be Jewish because I live it every day. I was in the House chamber on January 6th when insurrectionists stormed the Capitol wearing T-shirts saying 6 million was not enough. And I've experienced anti-Semitism my whole life. Jokes about my big nose, my frizzy hair, being called a kike while waiting to get a drink at a bar. Anti-Semitism was on the rise before October 7th, and now it's running rampant. In San Diego, we know how hateful and deadly it can be. 4 years ago, we mourned a beloved community member who was killed at the Chabad of Poway. And it seems like every other week we're washing swastikas off our buildings or sidewalks. I'm so grateful to President Biden for his leadership, for not politicizing our pain, and for bringing together Jewish members to discuss a whole-of-society approach to countering anti-Semitism. We need to fully fund and implement the U.S. national strategy to counter anti-Semitism to ensure that Jewish people are safe and respected everywhere. I'm committed to this work, not just for a news cycle, but for life, and I hope my colleagues will join me in that effort. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask permission to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, at this crucial moment, the United States must support our democratic ally, Ukraine. Stopping the Russian invasion is critically important because right now, democracy worldwide is under attack. Helping Ukraine defeat Putin will make clear that the United States, our allies, and democracies everywhere will not tolerate the invasion of sovereign nations by bad actors. We must also recognize the common thread between what is happening in Ukraine and what is happening in Israel. Iran is supporting dictators and terrorists who seek the destruction of our democracy around the globe. Iran funds and trains Hamas terrorists and sends weapons to Russian forces as they inflict horrors upon civilians. And let's be clear, if we allow Russia to win this war, the attacks on democratic nations will not stop there. The United States will undoubtedly be pulled into future global conflicts. Now, more than ever, we must support our Democratic allies in their fight against evil. Congress must recognize the urgency of this issue and send aid to our Democratic allies immediately.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call attention to Congress's failure to show support for our allies abroad before leaving town for the holidays, and ask that this body return to vote as soon as possible to secure the additional national security funding President Biden is requesting. This week, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made a trip to the United States to lobby directly for the aid his nation needs as they continue to fight on the front lines of the free world. While addressing U.S. officers at the National Defense University, President Zelensky said, "You can count on Ukraine, and we hope just as much to be able to count on you. Putin must lose." He is right. Putin must lose. The world is not only watching how we respond to Ukraine right now, but whether or not we will stand with our ally Israel, the only liberal democracy in the Middle East, and whether or not we're prepared to buttress Taiwan as they faced increased hostility from the Chinese Communist Party. As our allies are looking to us for support, our adversaries are waiting with bated breath to see if we will fail to meet this moment in history. This week, the Speaker wasted the House's time on a baseless impeachment inquiry, but he still can't put a bill on the floor to fund our Democratic allies. We cannot hand a Christmas present to Vladimir Putin, Hamas, or Xi Jinping. We must pass President Biden's request, and if that means coming back from the holidays early to vote on it, so be it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a superb Air Force Defense Fellow for her tireless commitment to the United States Air Force, Congress, and to the constituents of Nevada's 4th District. Wendy Lewis's relentless commitment to the Air Force proved invaluable in providing support to the House of Representatives and our constituents. This nation is grateful for her commitment and the personal sacrifices that she has made during her time in the Defense Fellowship Program and the United States Air Force. On behalf of the United States of Representatives and the United States of America, I commend Wendy and her family for their dedicated support to our Air Force and to this nation. Nevada's official state motto is "All for Our Country," representing the patriotic spirit of the people of Nevada. Wendy, who has served at Creech and Nellis Air Force bases in Nevada, embodies this motto and is dedicated to public service. She has proven this through her service as an officer and now as a public servant. Wendy is the personification of giving back and has given her all to honor my state's motto. She is an example of the true spirit of Nevada, and her commitment to service inspires others. I congratulate her on an extremely successful career, her dedication to service, and wish her the best in her future endeavors. May God bless her, our troops, and may God bless the United States of America. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have two issues to address in about a minute. One is to place in the record an excellent editorial yesterday in the Wall Street Journal entitled "Biden and Ukraine Need a Senate Deal." And the author, William Galston, states, though the Speaker, Mike Johnson, has reiterated his support for Ukraine aid, anti-Ukraine Republicans will likely pressure him to adjourn for the year without taking up the Senate bill. In fact, that has happened in real time today. But the editorial goes on to say Mr. Biden should make clear that he is prepared to use his constitutional authority to call the House back into session. We take an oath to protect America against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Putin's Russia is a real enemy to liberty. We do not want to be drawn into a greater war in Europe. We need to do our duty and pass assistance for Ukraine and strengthen our NATO allies. The second reason I rise today is to place in the record the introduction of the bipartisan Healthy Farms, Healthy Watershed Act of 2023, which encourages voluntary USDA programs to apply to watersheds that are trying to bear the load of toxic algal blooms, largely caused by dissolved reactive phosphorus and other pollutants. Mr. Speaker, water is life. Please sponsor the bipartisan Healthy Farms, Healthy Watersheds Act of 2023, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today, as we solemnly mark the 11th anniversary of the shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School and remember the 26 beautiful lives murdered in a senseless act of preventable violence, I ask my colleagues in this body to remember your commitment to the people we serve. I ask that we work together to make our schools and our communities safe, to ensure tragedies like Sandy Hook Elementary School are a thing of the past. I am committed to honoring the memory of my constituents with action. Today, I remain committed to working towards an assault weapons ban. I remain committed to working towards universal background checks. I remain committed to working towards legislation like Ethan's laws, which will provide for safe storage of firearms. I remain committed to implementing the provisions of the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act. I ask my colleagues to join with me so that no child, no family, no community ever has to endure this again. I also ask that you pray for my community on this 11th anniversary of the shooting at Sandy Hook, for the families, for the people who live there, for the town of Newtown, who will forever be bound by their grief. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
To extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the Walsh Jesuit High School girls soccer team as Ohio's 13th Congressional District Champion of the Week. Last month, the Walsh Jesuit Warriors girls soccer team won their first Ohio High School Athletic Association Division I state championship since 2016. After a hard-fought game, the Warriors overcame Olentangy Liberty 2-1. This win cements Walsh Jesuits' status as a soccer powerhouse with their 11th state title win since the year 2000. The program holds the record for the most girls soccer state titles in Ohio, and their win is just more proof as to why Ohio's 13th congressional district is the birthplace of champions. This victory is not only a major accomplishment for these hardworking student athletes, but also for their coaches, parents, and the entire community that supported them along the way. Congratulations again to the incredible Walsh Jesuit girls soccer team. I can't wait to see how you dominate on and off the pitch. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I met with families of Israeli hostages because it was important to hear their stories. While listening, there was deep pain and even moments of tears. These families continue carrying burdens no one should have to bear. It's been over 2 months. These families are missing their loved ones and express a strong desire that we continue prioritizing their return. There are significant concerns about the rapid deteriorating conditions of those who are still held captive, while life seems to continue for so many right now. Empty seats remain at their tables. Personally, I take this moment to thank those working around the clock for their safe return. Your tireless work provides unwavering hope. To the families, your resilience is a testament to the human spirit. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from California, Mr. Calvert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous materials.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Dean of California's Republican delegation, it's my honor and privilege to come to the floor of the People's House to recognize someone from the Golden State who has made a historic impact on this institution. Kevin McCarthy is not from one of California's world-famous cities. He hails from the blue-collar city of Bakersfield. Kevin is not the son of politicians or corporate titans. He is the son of a firefighter. His story is an American story. He is the grandson of an Italian immigrant. From staffer to speaker, he's devoted the better part of his life to the House of Representatives. In politics, nothing is handed to you. That certainly holds true in this town and in this building. Kevin's success is the result of hard work and determination. Kevin is a fighter. Time and time again, he fought for his constituents, his state, his conference, and his country. The first sign of Kevin's go-get-'em attitude was when, at the age of 19, he started his own small business selling sandwiches. While attending college at Cal State Bakersfield, Kevin got interested in politics, took a job working for our former colleague, former chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, Bill Thomas. For the next 15 years, he worked as a congressional aide and ultimately served as a district director for Congressman Thomas. In 2000, Kevin stepped forward as a candidate for the first time and was elected the Kern Community College District trustee. Just a couple of years later, in 2002, he was elected to the California State Assembly. After just one term in the Assembly, he was chosen to serve as the minority leader. Following the retirement of Mr. Thomas, Kevin was elected in 2006 to follow in the footsteps of his former boss here in the House. As a freshman, Kevin was appointed to serve on the Republican Steering Committee. From those early days in the House to today, Kevin has been a strong and effective advocate on a number of important issues. Water is the lifeline for the Central Valley in California. In California, we have a saying, whiskey is for drinking and water is for fighting. But Kevin approached the issue of water with his characteristic optimism that brought anyone together who wanted to find real solutions. California has a proud history of being at the forefront of aeronautics and space exploration, including the region Kevin has represented. He has been a champion for recognizing that past and investing in the future. Our state is a leader in innovation, and Kevin has always been a vocal promoter of industries that will shape our economy and America's competitive edge in the years ahead. Here in the House, we have seen Kevin answer the call to lead time and time again. As Chief Deputy Whip, Majority Whip, Majority Leader, Minority Leader, then ultimately Speaker. Kevin has consistently led the charge for our conference and conservative priorities. During some difficult times, Kevin was always the calm in the storm, level-headed and positive. Republicans would not be in the majority here today without Kevin's tireless work and leadership. To say he will be missed is an understatement. Our loss is his wife Judy's gain. I wish his family, including his son Connor, his daughter Megan, the very best as we head into the holidays and the next chapter of his life. As I mentioned earlier, Kevin is from Bakersfield. However, he's probably the second most famous person to hail from Bakersfield. Country music legend Merle Haggard has had him beat for that top spot. A few years back, Kevin actually introduced and passed a bill renaming the Bakersfield Post Office in honor of Merle Haggard. As we join here today to celebrate another son of Bakersfield whose journey in the House is coming to an end, it seems fitting that Merle had a song titled, "If We Make It Through December." That song Merle sings, "If we make it through December, got plans to be in a warmer town come summertime, maybe even California. If we make it through December, we'll be fine." Kevin, I have no doubt that warmer days are await. We're grateful for your service, your friendship, and your leadership. You will continue to make your mark, and I look forward to the many great things to come. Until then, farewell, my friend. God bless, and I know I'll see you soon. With that, I'm going to yield. Let's see, is Mr. Emmer here? No, Ms. Steele. I yield 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is a bittersweet moment. I'm grateful to have the opportunity to stand on the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives, an institution shaped by years of Speaker Kevin McCarthy's faithful leadership, to thank and honor him for his service to the people of our state and to our country. And I'm also sad to be saying farewell. I have known Speaker McCarthy as a staffer, a state legislator, a congressman, whip, majority leader, and Speaker of the House. Like many of us, he supported me and built me up to where I am today. I am most proud to know him as a mentor and a friend. One of his greatest strengths is that he listens. He gets to know his members and plays to each of their individual strengths to create a winning team. His work for our home state and for our country has been invaluable. Mr. Speaker Kevin McCarthy, I am grateful beyond words to have been a member of your majority and to have fought with you to better the lives of Californians and all of our fellow Americans. You will always be my friend. Thank you for everything you have done for me and for the country.
I yield 3 minutes to Mr. McClintock.
Mr. Speaker, the ancient Greeks would have appreciated the irony of this story. Kevin McCarthy spent his life preparing for the job that he held for just 269 days. For decades, he devoted all of his energies and skills to build one of the most formidable political organizations of our time that ultimately took back the House last year. In those 269 days as Speaker, despite the most slender of majorities and with Democrats controlling the Senate and the White House, he cut $2 trillion of spending over the next decade. He forestalled the hiring of an army of IRS agents. He curtailed the woke policies plaguing our armed forces. He averted a government shutdown in a dangerous world. He reopened the Capitol to the American people. He launched historic investigations into government corruption. And he produced the strongest border security measure in a century and landmark legislation to restore American energy independence. On his 269th day as Speaker, he enjoyed the overwhelming support and confidence of his Republican colleagues. He was completing the process of adopting the most conservative appropriation bills in decades. He had put House Republicans in a commanding position to sweep the 2024 election, and national polls recorded that he had become the most popular elected official in America. Yet his speakership ended on that day, not because of the Republican conference, but because of 8 sad and pathetic mediocrities nursing petty personal grudges. And as Shakespeare said, this house is turned upside down since Robin Ostler died. But this is not the end of the tale. History commands and we must obey. And soon, I believe that Kevin McCarthy will be called back to the national stage to play a vital and leading role in a command performance by history to save our beloved country. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. LaMalfa, recognized for 3 minutes.
thanking my colleague, Mr. Calvert, for leading this appropriate time here today. It's with a heavy heart that I come forward to be part of this, but it's also with optimism because I've known Kevin for 21 years, and he was always and is always the optimistic one in the room. He always sees what we can do. He always sees the vision for each of us as elected representatives, but also, more importantly, the country. He always thinks of the country. He always thinks of how we're going to better the institution, whether it was in the California State Assembly, as we were cutting our teeth in politics there, and here on this national, indeed international stage. And I just, I'm somber right now because it really is a waste of what has happened. As my good friend and colleague, Mr. McClintock, mentioned, only 269 days of what could have been a really, really great thing. Now, Kevin will be part of everything we do in a different form, in a different venue, because he still loves and cares about this country. He still is a great friend to his colleagues, even though he exits this area for a time. I'm grateful to him for his friendship. Anything I've ever asked, he's always helped in his leadership role for me as a member in either one of the bodies, the State Assembly or here. Always with optimism, always with a smile, and a lot of funny stories to go with it I can't tell here. But the outreach to our families, making sure they're included, thinking of everybody. He's an amazing talent, and he will go far in leading his next enterprise, which is going to be based on our values and making our country stronger yet again. We will get there. I'm proud to call him a friend. I hope I can always have his friendship, his guidance, and his playing a major role as we go forward in saving and strengthening our great country. Kevin McCarthy, thank you for everything you've ever done for me as a friend and for all of us. I'm blessed to know you. To Judy, to Connor, to Maggie, the sacrifice has been big, but we also are very grateful. My family understands that as well. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Mr. Obernolte, 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honor for me to be here to thank my friend and former Speaker Kevin McCarthy for his service to this country and to our conference. I had the experience of getting to know Kevin when I first decided to run for Congress. I got a call from my predecessor alerting to me that he would announce the next day that he was not running for re-election. And so I had to quite suddenly make the decision about whether or not I wanted to run for Congress. And I got a call from Kevin, and Kevin said, "Jay, I believe in you. You can do it. I will help you." And he did. Once I was elected and sworn in as a member of the House of Representatives, I was shocked to discover that I was one of over 100 members of this chamber that could say that of Kevin. Over 100 members that Kevin had given the confidence to step up and serve their country. And Kevin and I subsequently became good friends. What I discovered about his leadership style is that it's the leadership style I think that I honor the most, that of servant leader. Every decision that Kevin makes and made as leader was not for his own self-aggrandizement, not for his own betterment, but to serve the interests of the people that he led, the conference, his constituents, and the members of this chamber. And he also exhibited a quality that I think is unfortunately pretty rare in public servants, that of humility. Kevin is an amazingly humble man. If you met him on the street, you would never guess that he was third in line to the presidency. In fact, I'd like to share a story, and Kevin probably doesn't even remember that this happened, but earlier this year, I was giving a constituent and their family a tour of the Capitol. They were in here in D.C., they had a couple of children with them, and I was showing them the rotunda, and Kevin came bustling out of his office, surrounded by a whole group of people. You could tell he was on his way somewhere important. And yet he saw me and he stopped. And all of his people were saying, Kevin, we got to go, we got to go. And he stopped, he walked over, and he asked to be introduced to my constituents. And he insisted on taking a picture with them in the rotunda. And I'll tell you, that made not just their day, that made their entire trip. They still talk to me about it. And Kevin would do that for any member of this chamber. So it has been an incredible honor to serve under his leadership, and I have no doubt that the future is bright for my friend Kevin McCarthy, and that we can expect even more great things in the future. Kevin, thank you for your leadership, and I'm excited to learn about what the future holds for you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next, Mr. Emmer, the Republican whip. Recognize what time he may consume.
Thank you, Ken. Mr. Speaker, no one has worked harder to help House Republicans win back the majority and deliver on our conservative common sense agenda than Kevin McCarthy. As the son of a firefighter, Kevin learned the values of grit, determination, and courage early in life. Throughout his years here in Washington, as a congressman, whip, majority leader, and our 55th Speaker of the House, it was those values that made him one of the most fierce fighters for Republican priorities ever. I had the privilege of serving on Kevin's leadership team this Congress. I've seen him work tirelessly to ensure House Republicans delivered on our promises to the American people. I've seen him listen to and work with members across every sector of our conference to bring forward viable solutions. And I've seen him do the right thing, no matter the cost, because he truly believes in the greatness of this country and this institution. I'll be brutally honest. I usually am. It was hard to watch as things played out the way they did. Kevin McCarthy did not deserve any of that treatment. But no matter what, he has always risen above the fold, handled every situation with grace, and put whatever is in the best interest of America first. Kevin, thank you for your leadership. It's been an honor to serve alongside you. Jackie and I are rooting for you always, and we wish you nothing but the best in whatever comes next. And I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next, Ms. Kim for 2 minutes. Young Kim for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Representative Calvert, for your leadership and for yielding. I rise to honor and thank Speaker Kevin McCarthy, who is selfless, amazing leader, and always optimistic, for his service in Congress that has left a lasting impact on his community, on our state, our party, and our country. Kevin has had my back since I first decided to run for Congress and encouraged me every single step of the way. He has worked tirelessly to make our party look more like America. And the gains we have made in the past 5 years are a testament to that. Kevin has been committed to ensuring people like me and each of us in our conference have what it takes to be effective members for our districts. He's the reason we have a House majority today. I always say the GOP is the grand opportunity party, and that's because of members like Kevin who are committed to promoting common sense policies to get our country back on track, make life more affordable, and keep our communities safe and protect the American dream. Thank you, Kevin. I wish you the best in the next chapter, and I know you're just getting started because I know you never give up. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlelady. Next, Chairman Patrick McHenry.
hosting this special order for a special friend. Kevin McCarthy's relentless perseverance, keen insights, and unmatched knowledge of the personalities of the House were amazing to witness firsthand. While the public saw the 15 rounds of votes in January, the historic spending cuts of the Fiscal Responsibility Act, privately, what I got to see was the legislative equivalent of an elite power athlete. Expertly working people, process, policy to get the best outcome in this chamber. Truly expertise that he had honed over his service in the California State Assembly and here in Congress to make this place work. And it takes a legislative craftsman to make an institution like this work. It takes history, it takes training, it takes focus, energy. It takes will, perseverance, grit. I got to see all those things in Kevin. Now, everybody else got to see the sunny optimism, the personalities that he loved embracing, his spirit of friendship for people that he just met. And that was wonderful to see. But to see him behind the scenes, being able to put all these disparate talents, gifts that he has to work for public policy, that was awesome. It was a special thing to work with you, Kevin. In the wildest moments that this chamber's seen in decades, he was a great leader for House Republicans, for this institution, for America. Yeah, he had coolness, calm, sense of charity for folks, even if they were not going to reciprocate. He truly lived, and as a public leader, he lived his values. And that's how he treated us, is the way that he expected others to treat everyone else. He was a great speaker. Success after success after success for this whole year. When Republicans in Washington are outnumbered by a Democrat Senate and a Democrat in the White House with a very narrow majority, we got big things done. It's tough. It's a tough thing. But that innate sense of optimism, that opportunity that he always found to find the bright side of any moment, even the darkest of days, for him to see that there was something there that would give you a sense of hope and optimism. It's those qualities have gotten him through an incredible career, an incredible life, a really incredible life. He was a political mastermind as well. It wasn't just policy in here that he understood how to architect. It was the architecture of campaigns and elections and all the stuff that go into modern campaigns that he was the expert in. No one better for Republicans, no one better in America at his capacity to put things together and to win elections. And the American people in this institution are worse off for not having Kevin McCarthy here. But I know he'll be just fine. He'll be just fine. And I look forward to seeing what you have in store for yourself, for your family, for this country, and your new way of contributing to make this place better, to make the country better. And I love working with Kevin on technology issues. His engagement there was the most spirited and the most interesting for both of us. For his innovation initiative from a couple Congresses ago, and his deep, keen interest in public policy as it relates to technology and the use of technology, that will have a lasting impact here as well. And I hope, Kevin, you'll continue to contribute in that arena. But for us, this institution is worse off for not having Kevin McCarthy here. Worse off. And it is with a bit of sadness that I have to say farewell to my dear friend here on the House floor. But not farewell forever, because he is a dear friend and will always be one of my dear friends. Kevin, we'll miss you. We love you. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Next, Mr. Duarte for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Congressman Calvert, and I rise today to thank and admire and pay respect to my good friend, Speaker Kevin McCarthy. For many years, I supported candidates. Many of the men I admire here, many of the ladies, did fundraisers, came to my house. Kevin was one of them. And when this race came up where I decided to run for Congress, I looked to the example of Kevin McCarthy and said, America is about to turn socialist. If I don't step up and work alongside Kevin McCarthy to win this seat, to win this critical majority today, I may grow old in a socialist country for lack of my own efforts, for lack of seeing the inspiration and responding to the tireless work of Speaker Kevin McCarthy, a dear friend of mine, a dear friend of many. I know in the years to come, however far forward it is, when I talk about my time in Congress, the conversation will quickly go to an American hero, Kevin McCarthy, who tirelessly and successfully worked to stop socialism in America by winning this critical majority here in Congress. So Kevin, I thank you for our freedom, I thank you for your leadership, and I thank you for your friendship. Best to you in the future. I'll be here in Congress while you go to your thing, and I'm happy to see it. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Valadao, 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, this is not a speech I've ever wanted to give. I've had the honor of serving in office now for a number of years, and even in my time in the state legislature, my district has always bordered Kevin McCarthy's. He was in Congress, I was in the state, and then had the honor of being elected into this body and serve alongside of him for a number of years now. To say that he hasn't played a role in my ability to be here or even my success here, yeah, I wouldn't be here without him. Policies we've been championing for a number of years would never exist, would never come to fruition if it wasn't for Kevin McCarthy. We wouldn't have been able to change some of the things in the Valley that have been so positive for us if it wasn't for Kevin McCarthy. It's a sad day for us as an institution, it's a sad day for us in the Valley. When we have all these different issues that we're dealing with across the country, across this body, across even the Central Valley, my home, we've got so much we need to still do, and the reality that he's not going to be there is a huge hole for us in the Valley. If you look at his time in service, understanding the policies that affect us, if it's things like water, we wouldn't have the WIN Act if it wasn't for Kevin McCarthy. And the things that it's done, we're seeing some of the results of that as we speak today. Expansion or the repairs there in the Frank-Kern Canal, being able to move water south through the Delta so that our farmers and our communities can survive. Projects that are being funded as we speak to expand and add water infrastructure for the Valley would not be in existence if it wasn't for Kevin McCarthy. You look at Valley fever, a thing that we're dealing with, that we're fighting. We still don't have enough research. The Valley Fever Institute, the ability to actually have those policies in place, or at least the research started so that we can create some real solutions for a thing that we're dealing with across the country now. Energy. As we all know, Kern County is a huge hub for energy production. And to have a champion like we did, or we do today, not much longer, in Congress like Kevin McCarthy for energy production to make sure that we continue to provide energy for our country to succeed, we're losing that voice. Fire and forestry. I've served in Congress under different speakers. There's not a lot of times I've been in a situation where I'm on a Codell serving as one of with my colleagues with a bipartisan group, or at a press conference here in the Hill with a bipartisan group of members talking about the same issue with the Speaker of the House. I honestly can't think of one situation where I've seen that happen other than when it was Kevin McCarthy and it was Save Our Sequoias Act. And I remember standing there looking around thinking, I don't think I've ever seen any other person, and I still can't remember that moment. But that is something that affects folks. When you think about the air quality, the impacts it has in the Central Valley, the burning that has destroyed our mountain ranges, to have a piece of legislation championed by a speaker and being able to get bipartisan support, that was something that I was very proud to be a part of. Then the fun part, talking trash, playing basketball. When I outscored him on the basketball court in a charity game here, and I think I made one basket and he might have made 0, I'm not sure. Shooting, I know I kicked his butt. I still have a picture of the scorecard at some of our charity events that we do in the Valley. But there's a lot of opportunity for us to do good things and have some fun together. But some of the most memorable moments are going to be this past year, sitting in Elk and watching him across the table, his understanding of the policy itself, the dynamics of the votes, what's going to be able to pass the Senate, how to get the president engaged, all those different things where we're able to have some real successes this year, to actually have a plan in place to solve some real problems that now people that voted to take him out seem to acknowledge that plan was probably our best option and are on the verge of losing that. Is something I think we're going to miss out on. And to fill those shoes, to have that person that understands enough of this place, understands how to make a change and how to implement those changes and how to execute the plan is something that we're going to struggle to fill. I wish this day wasn't here. I wish he would stick around, but obviously I know he's off to bigger and better things, and I know we'll still have plenty of opportunities to talk trash, make fun of him, and maybe outscore him on the basketball court again. If he's not too out of shape, which is getting close to that point. But I just want to say thank you to Kevin, to his family. Judy has been a huge asset for my family. His children have been a huge inspiration for my kids as they go through some of the same headaches as all other children of people in this position have to deal with. So thank you to Kevin for everything you've done and will continue to do, and hopefully we'll still have the opportunity to work together in some situations. So thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Hoyer for 3 minutes.
How much, son? 3 minutes?
3.
3. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, we spend a lot of time in this House focusing on that which we disagree on. I think if we spent more time focusing on what we have been able to do together and agree on, we'd be a better House. So I rise not to talk about the disagreements that the Speaker and I had. We had many differences. We were of different parties. We had different perspectives. But I want to rise and thank Speaker McCarthy for that on which we could agree. Because when we could agree, he took that opportunity to act upon that agreement. It was good for the House. It was good for the country. It was good for me. So, Kevin, I want to thank you for what we agreed upon and what we were able to do together here and abroad to try to bring us together, try to lift us up, and try to make sure that when we could work together, we did work together. It's an example that we ought to follow because it was a positive example. And I thank Mr. Calvert for giving me the opportunity to come to this floor as a former majority leader, as a partisan Democrat, to say and recognize the work that Speaker McCarthy did to try to, when we could, move forward in agreement in a positive, constructive way. Good luck. Godspeed.
Mr. Kiley is recognized for 2 minutes.
As a freshman member, I haven't had as much time to work with Speaker Emeritus McCarthy as some of my colleagues have, but I am grateful for this year. Working with him as part of the California delegation and just observing his leadership of the conference and of the House has really been something to behold. And I think it's clear to everyone that he is a once-in-a-generation political talent. The millions of things that you have to do, large and small, to build a majority, to manage the conference, to run the House, to exercise leadership on the national and international stage. He made it look effortless. zealous and was always cheerful in the way he went about it. And I think that everyone in this House and across the country, whatever their politics, recognize that he was someone who is someone, I should say, who is a leader in a way that transcends whatever position he holds, even a position as high as Speaker of the House of Representatives. And so when I think about what he's meant to this institution, I think about the famous essay by Max Weber, Politics as a Vocation, where he talks about the need to both have principles, but also to have a sense of responsibility when you're in the political arena, that this isn't just a philosophy class. And I think Speaker McCarthy, Speaker Emeritus McCarthy, really embodies that sense of political leadership, of being firmly grounded in your principles, but also having an appreciation for the consequences of our actions and the unique responsibilities that we have when it comes to exercising political power. It was also, of course, a great benefit to have a Californian leading this House. I know that Kevin understands as well as anyone the challenges we face in California, and he and our delegation will continue to be a check there, and then I know that he will continue to be in the fight to turn around California and this country. So thank you for your service, which will be felt by this institution for a very long time. I yield back.
Thank you. Next, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, for 3 minutes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, for me, it's a sad day to come to this House floor when I think of all the battles on this House floor over the better part of a decade that I've been a part of and witnessed the leadership of Kevin McCarthy. I kind of have to flip Shakespeare on his head today. Mr. McCarthy loves the House of Commons, and he loves this House of Representatives, and so we are two nations, of course, separated by a common language. So it seems like it would be good to quote the Bard. So I come to this House floor to praise McCarthy, not bury him. Because Speaker Emeritus McCarthy has many years of leadership, decades of leadership ahead, not only at home, not only here in America, but around the world because of his leadership exhibited in this House. And as Shakespeare talked about, he too has suffered the slings and arrows that life brings in the public world, in politics, in this Capitol, in this House. But he's handled those every single day with grace, with humor, with leadership, exhibiting his commitment to being that happy warrior that we all know and love. That happy warrior that worked to advance every member of the House's objectives more than his own. Because that's how he's wired, Mr. Speaker. That's in his DNA in recruiting candidates, minorities, vets, women, making the Republican Party the party of the United States that reflects our entire society, that believes in those fundamental tenets of America. He nurtured that in each of those members once they're in this House on their legislative priorities, because he believes in his favorite book's mantra that we want to go from good to great. And he wanted every member to go from good to great. And Kevin McCarthy delivered on that in his leadership responsibility in this House. He put the right people in the right seat every time. So as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, and in this tribute to my dear friend from California, our Speaker Emeritus, I go back to Shakespeare, and like Mr. McHenry from North Carolina, it's not farewell, it's adieu. And let me tell you something, Mr. McCarthy, as they said in Henry V, when you tackle the next agenda, once more into the breach, dear friends, we're at your side, we're charging forward. God bless you. God bless your family, and God bless this House. Yield back.
Thank you. I now recognize the gentleman from Guam for 2 minutes.
Speaker Emeritus McCarthy, I just like to express my heartfelt gratitude for your dedication and service in Congress, and for leading the Republican Party courageously. We saw this year how you prioritized doing the right thing and maintaining your integrity above all else, regardless of the consequences. Your unwavering support for my district, the island of Guam, and your tireless efforts in fighting for the island's interest will never be forgotten. Your legacy will continue to inspire future leaders, and your impact will be felt for years to come in my district and in the halls of Congress, sir. And as you embark on this new endeavors, know that you will be greatly missed. God bless and guide you in all your future endeavors. Thank you, sir.
Now, I'm pleased to recognize the Speaker Emeritus for any remarks he may make. Mr. McCarthy.
Well, thank you very much. I want to thank the Dean, Mr. Calvert, for putting this together, and to my colleagues from California, I'm so very, very proud of you, and to my friends for coming. I appreciate the kind words. To the constituents, thank you. Thank you for ever giving me this opportunity to serve you. To America, I loved every single day. Less than 13,000 people have ever been given the privilege or the honor to serve in this body. To those colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I thank you for the work you've done. We may disagree at times. I disagreed with the vote on this one, too. But one thing I think we must quite understand, and if there's advice I can give, do not be fearful if you believe your philosophy brings people more freedom. Do not be fearful that you could lose your job over it. I knew the day we decided to make sure to choose to pay our troops while war was breaking out instead of shutting down was the right decision. I also knew a few would make a motion. Somehow they disagreed with that decision. Do it anyways. I would do it all again. But there's so much we have been able to accomplish in a short amount of time. I watched on a clip the other day, and they took a short clip of a quote of mine. And I had the privilege of being leader for 5 years. And I think about, did I leave this place better than I received it? I remember sitting where Congressman Calvert was, and it was the State of the Union. The Democrats had won the majority. I had got elected minority leader while another colleague from my state, Nancy Pelosi, got elected speaker. I watched the Democrats stand up, and they were very diverse. They looked like America. I watched us stand up. We had lost the majority. I quote and say we looked like one of the most restrictive country clubs in America. And I thought at that moment, I could be the leader of a declining party, or I can focus on what I know brought me to this party. Conceived in liberty, dedicated the proposition that we are all equal. And I would take that message to places people didn't think they would vote for a Republican. And that California delegation at that time was pretty small. And yes, it was competitive having the speaker from California. She would put out that she was going to win a lot more seats in California. But I'm proud to say, in those election cycles, we picked up 5 more seats in California. That's larger than our overall majority. 5 more in New York, in Oregon, in Arizona. And in that same time frame, the party I love lost in the Senate both cycles, lost the presidency, but we won. The secret? The quality of the candidate. When I looked at Young Kim, Michelle Steele, John Duarte, David Valadao, these are unbelievable seats that idea wins in. And I look at our party today, it doesn't look like it did 5 years ago. We're winning in places you haven't seen before. When I look to the future, I think it's much brighter. Why? Because the ideas are different. When we look at the time I served as Speaker, we didn't ignore the border. We actually secured our border with the smallest majority here to govern. Even when we had a large one, we could not do it. And that came from the subcommittee of the chairman of Tom McClintock. Brought people from all sides of the aisle together. When I watched the gas price just skyrocket under the Biden administration, we didn't sit back. We made it our number one priority and passed energy independence. The public sits above, but for those 4 years they didn't get to. We opened this place back up because it is the people's house. We created the Select Committee on China to make sure America can be competitive. We put our accountability on the weaponization so the American citizen would be protected. We made the largest cut in American history, and this body voted for it. Welfare reform to get people and help them to get back to work. The largest rescissions in American history, where money was appropriated and not used, but only in Washington would you let it still be there. As we watched across the country crime rise, and D.C. want to go the same way. First time in 30 years, this body stood up. 170 on the other side of the aisle thought you should decriminalize carjacking and others. The president threatened to veto it, but we did it anyways, and we stopped them, and it became law. We believe in building things in America, but we watched many times the laws we thought that were passed before to protect us only slowed us and weakened us. So for the first time in 40 years, we reformed NEPA. We did all this with a slim majority. But what I'm most proud of is what the future holds. The legacy will be about the ones I see who serve here now. And I know the potential of what they will do. I know the potential of this nation. I am so thankful to be given the opportunity to serve. I will be departing, but that doesn't mean I'll stop serving. Those across this nation should join together to become those citizen legislators. We cannot let this body fail to do the jobs that are so most basic that we should do every day. And we should never allow this body to stop for doing what is right. So if you come across that question of whether you should do what's right out of fear of losing your job, do it anyways, because it's the right thing to do, and this is what the nation requires. I think putting people before politics is always the right answer. And I thank my friends for their kind words. I thank them for their friendship that will not end. And I thank this nation for creating a body that is represented by the people. I think we should rise to the occasion one more time. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, it's been my privilege to lead this special order for the last hour, to say goodbye to our friend from the floor, but not from our lives. He will be around. Finally, I'll re-quote our friend from Bakersfield, California, Merle Haggard, once again. If we make it through December, got plans to be in a warmer town come summertime. maybe even California. If we make it through December, we'll be fine. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And still I rise, Mr. Speaker. Always proud to have this preeminent privilege of standing here in the House of Representatives. Honored to have the opportunity to serve the people of the 9th Congressional District who elect me, but also the people of this country, this entire country, because when they elected me to become a United States representative. United States representative. And as such, when I vote, I'm voting for them, but I'm also voting for the country. So today I rise to be grateful and to express my gratitude and my appreciation to the people of the 9th Congressional District for allowing me this opportunity, this singular opportunity of serving in the Congress of the United States of America. I have been blessed. And so to the people who happen to live in Brazoria County, I thank you for allowing me to serve you. It's been an honor, and it continues to be my honor. I in no way am indicating that I'm about to leave the Congress, but I think that this is an opportunity to express my gratitude. I plan to be here next year and until you decide otherwise, the people of the 9th Congressional District. But I want to thank you if you live in Brazoria County. I'd like to thank you if you live in Fort Bend County. These counties adjoin each other. And Harris County. I didn't get here because I was so smart. I'm here because there were people who thought that I might make a difference in their lives, and I've tried my best to do so. So I thank you for affording me this opportunity. And I would like to thank a staff. Members of Congress get things done only when they have a good staff. I have an excellent staff, and I want to thank them for what they do to make it possible for me to do things that I ordinarily would not be able to do. I have a friend, Mickey Leland, who served in this Congress, and he reminded me on many occasions that a great person will always rise to the occasion, but the greater people make the occasion. So I want to thank these occasion makers, the people who make it possible for me to come here and stand and speak in the House of Representatives in this Capitol building. I'd like to thank my Chief of Staff here in Washington, D.C., does an outstanding job, won't go through his credentials in entirety, but he's a lawyer, Scott Bell. Thank you, Scott, for the fine job that you've done to lead the D.C. team. And that team would consist of Aaron, who is my legislative director. It would consist of Raphael, who's a senior LA in the office, Jelena, who is an LA in the office, Madison, who is my office administrator, and then there are other persons who are coming on board. I believe that Issa will be on board with me. I've extended an offer to her. We'll see if she accepts. My DC team has done an outstanding job. I'm very proud of the job that all of the members of this team have afforded the people of the 9th Congressional District of Texas. But I do want to mention one standout, and that's Claudia. Claudia and I happened to bump into each other. She was working at another capacity here on the Hill. I take great pride in selecting people that don't apply for the job. People that just happen to bump into along life's way. Such was the case with Claudia. Just bumped into her. Casual conversation. And something said to me, this is the person that can represent you when people first enter your office. So Claudia, I thank you very much for the job that you do. Jelena and I met when I was at a speaking engagement. She didn't apply for the job. I spoke to her for some small length of time, found out that she was looking for a job on the Hill. She applied, and Jelena now works in the office. I mentioned her earlier. She is a legislative assistant in the office. Proud of this DC team. But in Houston, I have a team that's been with me for a very long time, and I'm proud of them as well. I'm proud of Rachel Rodriguez, who came to me from labor. She is a labor-oriented person, as am I. I'm a dues checkoff member of a local labor union, 1550, Ask Me. And as such, I'm proud to say that Rachel Rodriguez has done an outstanding job leading the Houston team. She is more than capable, competent, and qualified. Great personality, the kind of person that respects others with her smiles. Rachel Rodriguez. And then, of course, there's Crystal Webster. Crystal is the deputy district director, does a little bit of everything. In that office, we all take pride in getting the job done. Everybody will pitch in to do whatever has to be done. Crystal Webster has done an outstanding job. I'm grateful that she has been with me for many years. The persons that I've just spoken of, Crystal and Rachel, have all been with me for more than a decade. And of course, I'm honored to have in that office Clarence Holiday. We call him Doc. He has done outstanding work in the outreach area, also as a caseworker. Just a fine man, former NAACP president out in Fort Bend County, does outstanding work. Proud to have him. Also proud to have Catherine. Catherine is polyglot. She speaks 4 different languages, quite well, I might add. She connects me to communities that, but for her, I wouldn't connect with. These people are making a difference in the lives of the people in the 9th Congressional District. I also am honored to have with me Sam Merchant. Sam Merchant is a person of Indian heritage, not Native American, Indian heritage. Has been with me for a number of years as an outreach person. I regret to say to you that Sam will be leaving the office. He has served us well. He's moving on to a sunset of retirement. Sam, I greatly appreciate the work that you've done for the people of the 9th Congressional District. And of course, we have Robertine Jefferson. Her father was my pastor. He passed away some time ago. I never intended to hire Robertine. Just happened to be at an event and found out that she was interested in work, and she came on board with me, and she helps us with our events. She's an event coordinator, par excellence, I might add. Does an outstanding job, and I could not, but for her, do the many different things that we do in the district. And of course, there is Tequila. Tequila is the comms director in the office. She came on board not so very long ago and has been very talented. She picks up on things quickly, and she produces a great work product. So Tequila, I'm proud to claim you and have you as a member of the team in Houston, Texas. There are other persons who are not on the team by virtue of working in the office. I want to make sure that I acknowledge them as well because they're in and out of the office, so thank you. And of course, there's Kobe who works in the office. Kobe is a receptionist out front. She drives when necessary, does a little bit of everything as well. Proud to have this team of workers in the Houston office, all of whom serve us well. So today I will do 2 additional things and I will depart. The first I would like to do is to thank the people that I work with here, people that I disagree with, people that I agree with. I think this is a time to put aside differences, as I heard Mr. Hoyer so eloquently express earlier in a presentation. Put aside differences and just be grateful. Just be grateful that you have the opportunity to serve, and be grateful for the people that you serve with regardless of their political persuasions. Just be grateful. So I'm grateful to all of the people that I serve with here, and I thank you for the work that we do together. And in closing with this work, I'm going to say a prayer for all of us, if I may, after which I will present someone else who will take the microphone and continue for the rest of the time that I will have left. So today, this is my prayer that I've written. I say this prayer before I consume any food. If I do it, it's accidental if I consume food and I don't say this prayer, because I am grateful to have the gift of life. I tell people that I'm better than I deserve because I have been blessed to have the most unique gift in all of the universe, the gift of life. I don't know why I have it. I didn't earn it. So I have to be grateful for it. And I try to use it in the most efficacious and the most beneficial way possible. I make mistakes. I'm not a perfect person. I'm a sinner. But I do try my best to treat people right. And I ask for forgiveness. And I do ask for forgiveness more often than I probably should. But I do ask. So this is my prayer. I don't ask anybody to join me in my prayer. You do whatever you would ordinarily do. But this is my prayer for my country and for the people that I serve with. Most gracious Creator, we know you by many names, but we also know that by any name, you are the creator of all that was, is, and ever shall be. And I, as one of your creations, want to take the time to now thank you. And I do so on behalf of the many others who may believe as I do. I want to thank you for your love, your grace, and the gift of life. I thank you for your mercy and your forgiveness throughout life. I thank you for your angels to protect life. I thank you for your creation to sustain life, your air, the breath of life, your water, the elixir of life, your star that we know as sun, the light and warmth of life, your terra firma that we call earth, the foundation and home of life. And I today ask that you would recognize our weaknesses, our strengths, and give us the opportunity to serve you and your creation so that it may continue as you would will it. I ask all of these things in the name of the creator of all of creation, and I thank you. And at this time, I'm honored to call to the microphone to introduce, I shouldn't say call, someone who I have the utmost respect for. Elected from Maryland's 5th Congressional District, one of Maryland's finest, a Georgetown University lawyer, served as majority leader twice, from 2007 to 2011, and then again from 2019 to 2023. A person that has made a difference in my life, and in so doing has made a difference in the lives of the people of the 9th Congressional District that I represent. I'm so honored to have this opportunity to yield to the gentleman from Maryland, the Honorable Steny Hoyer, lawyer, former state senator, still a member of Congress. Thank you, my dear brother. I respect you and I love you. God bless you. Merry Christmas and happy holidays.
I thank my friend, and I thank him for yielding. He is one of the great gentlemen of this institution, a man of faith, a man of great intellect, a man whose heart and conscience form his stances on issues. And I am so blessed to be his friend. And I thank him for yielding. Mr. Speaker, save for the gentleman from Texas, these seats are empty. The House of Representatives have adjourned for the year. We've adjourned to go home. And Mr. Speaker, I say we've adjourned. We won't adjourn technically until we finish special orders and maybe perhaps 1 minute. But we have no more business. And we have an unfinished agenda. An unfinished agenda to confront the enemies of freedom and democracy. Mr. Speaker, when President Zelensky came to our nation's capital back in September, he visited the Declaration of Independence and the United States Constitution in the National Archives. Standing before our nation's founding documents, he said, and I quote President Zelensky, "It is not the evil empire, but the lack of unity that can bring freedom to its knees." He reiterated that message this week as our members prepare and are currently returning home for the holidays. We get to return home and celebrate with our families in comfort and in warmth. Mr. Speaker, the Ukrainians huddled amid snow and mud on the front lines of freedom will not have that luxury. The tens of thousands of Ukrainian children abducted by Putin's regime do not get that privilege. Neither do their families. Zelensky is right, Mr. Speaker. We do face another evil empire today, a new axis of evil. Vladimir Putin, Xi Jinping, Kim Jong-un, the autocrats in Iran and in other parts of the world, and its many proxies, including Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthi rebels, and others, all stand as threats to democracy and to freedom. As these dictators and despots continue their assault on democracy, freedom, and international law, they watch whether the free world, of which we should be, and for all intents and purposes are, the leader of, waiting for that free world to stand together to oppose them. We will not have that opportunity until 25 days from now. These past few months, Congress has an opportunity to send them that message of unity and strength. We have not done that. Over 300 members of the House, Mr. Speaker, voted to provide Ukraine additional aid all 7 times it came to this floor. So we are not united on this issue. We simply have not brought it to the floor to express that unity and message to all the world. An overwhelming majority of members also wanted to provide aid to Israel, including myself. Mr. Speaker, Speaker Johnson acknowledged the need to aid our allies, saying in Florida the other day, and I quote, "Ukraine is another priority. Of course, we cannot allow Putin to march through Europe, and we understand the necessity of assisting there." Mr. Speaker, We've all gone home without undertaking that responsibility. Sadly, we apparently don't understand the urgency of that assistance. Instead of giving us a clean vote to act that counts consensus, Speaker Johnson needlessly complicated the issue by tying it to his conference's partisan proposal to overhaul our border policy. That decision, Mr. Speaker, was inconsistent with his co-sponsorship of H.R. 395 back in 2017, which said, and I quote, the purpose of that bill was to, quote, end the practice of including more than one subject in a single bill enacted by Congress. Mr. Speaker, the reason we have not acted on Israel, the reason we have not acted on Ukraine, the reason we have not come to the defense of democracy and freedom in Ukraine and to oppose terrorism in Israel, the reason, contrary to that one-purpose bill which Speaker Johnson was the sponsor of, he wants to put multiple issues in that, including border security, which we've been working on for 15 years and haven't been able to come to consensus. But we should, and we are, in consensus on Ukraine. But we did not act. Evidently, they think that ethical principles only applies when it's politically convenient. I agree. We need to fix the broken immigration system and address the situation at the border. But this is not the way to do it. Not at the expense of the defense of freedom and democracy. House Republican leadership spent the last week advancing a sham impeachment inquiry, a bill about whole milk, and legislation about duck stamps, while Ukraine twisted in the wind. Our House should have only had one priority this week: ensuring democracy's survival. By failing to provide this aid, our Congress signaled to our friends and foes alike that America chooses reluctance over resolve, doubt over determination, and division over decisiveness. That posture of uncertainty puts our national security at risk. The America First contingent of the Republican Party sends an even more damaging message. Time and time again, leaders of the American far right praise Putin, demonize Ukraine, and spread misinformation about the war. Tucker Carlson, once one of the most watched people on American TV, has become one of the most watched people on Russian state television, where propagandists often play clips of his segments. President Trump continues to play into Putin's hands as well. Trump recently said that if reelected in 2024, he would end the war in Ukraine within 24 hours. Only one way to do that: give up, retreat, turn tail on the defense of democracy and Putin. In response, Putin said, and this is instructive, Putin said, "We cannot help but feel happy about it," meaning Trump's claim that he would end the war in 24 hours. Giving up is the only way to do that. Mr. Speaker, we've seen this kowtowing just recently on Capitol Hill. This weekend, Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted, quote, "Zelensky is here in D.C. today begging for your money, our money. And warmongering Washington wants to give him limitless American dollars." That, of course, is not true, but it warms the heart of Vladimir Putin. She went on to say, "How much money will Washington spend to slaughter an entire generation of young Ukrainian men as Washington fights its proxy war with Russia?" I can remember, because I've been here a long time, when Republican friends accused the Democratic side of the aisle too often blaming America first. Of course, that is what Marjorie Taylor Greene said. It is disgusting to say we are slaughtering Ukrainians when Putin's forces are doing just that every day. We're doing everything possible to keep Ukrainians alive. Ukrainians courageously give their lives, as so many of our American forebears have done, in defense of their country, in defense of their sovereignty, and defense of their people's lives. Ukrainians courageously are giving their lives to defend their democracy, their country, and their families. They will continue to do so with or without our support. Our aid, however, may well determine whether their sacrifice leads to victory or to defeat. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the chairs are empty. In another tweet, Congresswoman Greene asked, quote, "Why doesn't anyone in Washington talk about a peace treaty with Russia? A deal with Putin promising he will not continue any further invasions?" Putin's promises have no credibility. Washington wants a war, she said, not peace. That is a lie. Washington wants peace. But it is not prepared to pay for peace with being dominated by a dictator. Believe me, we want peace. But we want a peace that lasts. A promise of peace from Putin is worthless. He is a former KGB officer turned dictator who has built his career one lie, one deception, and one betrayal at a time. He already broke one peace agreement, the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, in which Putin, on behalf of Russia, agreed to respect Ukraine's sovereignty and borders in exchange for Ukraine's nuclear arsenal. He got the nuclear arsenal. Ukraine was either the third or fourth largest holder of nuclear weapons in the world, and they gave them up in return for Putin's promise that their borders would be secure and unviolated. And then he went into Crimea. And the West's response was weak. And he's in Crimea today, notwithstanding the fact that that is under Ukrainian sovereignty. Putin went back on that pledge when he took Crimea. He didn't stop with Crimea, however. He went into eastern Ukraine. And there's no reason to expect that he will not stop or that he will stop with Ukraine. Winston Churchill once said, "An appeaser is one who hopes that if he feeds the crocodile enough, the crocodile will eat him last. But surely the crocodile will eat them." John F. Kennedy shared the same wisdom in his book, Why England Slept. He wrote, "Any person will awaken when the house is burning down. What we need is an armed guard that will wake up when the fire first starts, or better yet, one that will not permit a fire to start at all." The seats in this House are empty today, while the fire threatens democracy and freedom in Ukraine, which is the front line of democracy and freedom today. Mr. Speaker, the fire rages. Our inaction only stokes the flames. If you don't believe me, listen to what Russian state TV is saying. Allow me to quote from the transcript of a broadcast earlier this week. "What's happening in the U.S. is beneficial for us. That is a quote from Russian TV, controlled by Putin. The seats are empty. And the Russians, not the Russians, Putin is happy. They went on to say Ukraine is losing, Russia is winning. This is it. Their funding and weapons came to an end. They were relying on the United States of America, that shining city on the hill that stands for freedom, individual rights, democracy, religious freedom. That beacon on the hill is less bright today because these seats are empty. Putin said, as of now, well done, Republicans. His word, not mine. Well done, Republicans, for standing firm. That's good for us. Us is Russia. Us is the dictator. Us is the aggressor. Us is the international lawbreaker and criminal and murderer. Just a few hours ago, at the end of the year press conference, Vladimir Putin himself said of Ukraine, quote, everything is coming from the West, but the free things will run out someday, and it seems it is already happening. In other words, Putin is saying the West is retreating from the defense of freedom. And the seats in this body are empty. There's nothing that Putin and the rest of the axis of evil likes to see more than our Congress divided, our country divided, and our coalition divided. We must not give them that satisfaction. If we neglect to send these resources without condition and without delay, we fail not only the people of Ukraine, but the people of Israel and the people in Palestine to whom we want to give relief and humanitarian aid. We fail the America envisioned by our founding fathers, a nation with the courage to stand up to forces of empire and despotism. We fall short of the principles they enshrined in our founding documents, the very same documents that President Zelensky made his pilgrimage to a few months ago. Mr. Speaker, when we return to the Capitol on the 9th of January, each member of this Congress will face a choice. Will we, as Zelensky said, allow freedom to be brought to its knees? Or, Mr. Speaker, will we be standing strong, standing united against the evil empire? Regrettably, the seats are empty today. Every week, every day, every hour, we fail to act. We risk allowing the enemies of freedom to make that decision for us. We must not let that happen. I yield back. I thank the gentleman for yielding me the time.
I thank the former Majority Leader for the outstanding presentation. I think it is an appropriate way to bring this to closure today, and may God continue to bless you and keep you. Thank you. Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, as I shake Mr. Hoyer's hand as he passes me by, thank you, sir, I am blessed to know that sometimes fortuitous circumstance can benefit you. Having Mr. Hoyer speak allowed me to remember that I have one additional person who works on my team that I neglected to mention. So I will quickly mention Eric. Eric does an outstanding job for us in Houston. He's new to the team. Eric, that's no excuse. I should not have neglected to mention you. All of this was from memory, so charge it to being 25 3 times and now working on my 25th birthday. But Eric helps me in the office, but also he is the principal person who gets me from point A to B. He does an outstanding job of it. make sure that things are arranged when I arrive at various venues. I'm proud to have him on the team as well. So Eric, thank you again, and please forgive me for my not having mentioned you initially. But there is a God that rules above, and fortuitous circumstance has made a difference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish you the very best. I hope that all will go well with you and yours and all of the persons who are assembled here. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, dear brothers. Thank you.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siskmani, for 30 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today, and I have several members that will be coming up to the microphone as well and speaking about this issue, something that I keep hearing from my constituents, and quite frankly, all across the entire country, regarding the top issue right now on people's minds back in my home state and in my district for sure, and that is the situation at the border. In whatever angle you look at this is something that is considered a crisis, whether you're looking at the national security implications, whether you're looking at the lack of order at the actual border, whether you're looking at what our agents and our officers are going through, whether you look at the disrespect for the rule of law and the abuse in the asylum system, whether you look also at the humanitarian crisis and what people are going through as they're getting trafficked, women, children. As we all know, the reports of missing children within the care of the state, over 85,000. There is no upside to this crisis. There is no, and there doesn't seem to be a turnaround of this situation either. So I will be addressing my colleagues in the House today quite extensively about this issue because it's, again, something that has been top of mind for us, and it's not a new subject, it's not a new issue, it's something that we've seen continue to get worse and worse as the months and the weeks and actually the years have gone by. This administration has lost complete control, if at any point it had any, of the border. This wasn't the case just 2.5, 3 years ago. So when we talk about the policies that can actually work, we're not talking in theory, we're not imagining that this could work. We actually can point to successes that we had as a country in controlling the situation at the border. Now, I got to tell you, and I'll be talking about this in a little bit as well, but I'm an immigrant myself. I have gone through the process, and I'll be digging a little deeper on that, but I'll tell you that right now that having gone through this process, I can understand how broke the system is and how much improvement it needs in a lot of areas. However, abusing the system the way it's been abused is not good for anyone, not good for our country, not good for the order of our country, and not good for the migrants themselves either, and also not good for those that have been waiting in line to have their turn at this shot at the American dream that I've enjoyed, and I want many others to do so as well, as they follow the system that we've put in place that, as I repeat, needs fixing and needs improving. However, what we're seeing at the border and the numbers that we're seeing, the data, the crime, the crossings are unprecedented. Actually, the chief of the Tucson sector, which is now the busiest sector in terms of encounters in the entire country, called it not too long ago. He said, before I called it unprecedented, now I don't have an adjective to describe what the situation is now. Just about 10 days ago when the week closed, it was reported that 17,500 encounters had happened in the Tucson sector alone. Before, 1,000 or a couple thousand a week was an alarming number, and even borderline crisis. Now we're looking at 3,000 or so a day in some days. These are unsustainable numbers, and it's not trending in the right direction. So I want to give the floor over to some of my colleagues that will address this issue as well, and I'll be interjecting in between. The first one is I would like to yield 3 minutes to my colleague from Florida, someone that has experience in law enforcement, experience battling crime and fighting for law and order, and that is Mr. Rutherford from Florida. Sir, you have 3 minutes, sir.
I thank my good friend from Arizona.
And as very well stated, Mr. Speaker, a little over 2.5 years ago, the Republicans in this body were talking about a crisis at the southern border. The illegal immigrants that were pouring into this country had created a crisis. Finally, now, 3 years later almost, the Democrats across the aisle finally want to admit that there's a crisis, but they blame it on funding. We need more funding. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm here to tell you it's not a funding issue, it's a policy issue. We need to change our policy. And in May, the House Republicans passed H.R. 2, the Secure the Border Act in 2023. We passed that bill. This robust border bill will require the Biden administration to complete the Trump-era border wall, increase the number of Border Patrol agents, reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy, and remove all the incentives that are encouraging people to cross our border illegally. Senator Schumer must bring H.R. 2 to the Senate floor for a vote. Mr. Schumer, we need relief from this crisis. Please do your job over in the Senate. For the last 7.5 months, that bill has been sitting, languishing in the Senate with Democrats refusing to even negotiate the issues. So it's very clear now, 7 months after House Republicans passed that bill, that now the Democrats own the border crisis and the Democrats own the national disasters that will flow from this crisis. In 7 months' time, over 1 million illegal immigrants have been encountered at our southern border. Make no mistakes, the United States has been and will continue to be a nation of immigrants that welcomes people from around the world who love this land. I've seen firsthand the death, destruction, and disorder and disease that's brought into our communities by the unvetted migration coming over our poor southern border. 2 years ago, a 24-year-old man who HHS left unidentified, posed as a minor, was flown to my district where he killed one of my constituents. Democrats, you own that. He was not the first criminal to enter our country, and he won't be the last. Even the leaders in New York, California, and other blue states are calling out for support as they deal with the influx of migrants into their cities. And Democrats, you own that. Among the 2.4 million people that CBP encountered in FY23, 15,000 of them had criminal records, and 169 of them were on the terrorist watch list. Again, these are just the ones that we know about. So Democrats, you own that. This humanitarian national crisis has stretched our immigration system to a breaking point. A nation without borders is not a nation. Every day that President Biden and Senator Schumer ignore this crisis, our country becomes less safe. While the Senate has refused to negotiate and accept the major tenets of H.R. 2, CBP has intercepted 8,400 pounds of fentanyl at the southwest border. The fentanyl pouring in over this border is killing our neighbors, friends, and family at an alarming rate. In just 2022, over 70,000 people died of fentanyl poisoning. Democrats, you own that too. If we can't prove who is coming across the border, the default policy, according to Secretary Mayorkas, is to let them in. Don't know who they are, but come on in. That has to stop because Democrats, you own that too. I implore Senator Schumer to bring H.R. 2 to the floor for a vote. Democrats, you own this border crisis and the death and destruction it has and will cause in our country. You own that too. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you being here and speaking so passionately, and also from experience on this, both personal and professional, that we just heard. This is exactly what the issue here is. It's the need for partnership and bipartisanship on this issue. This is not a partisan issue, and I think that we can all see that. Some have tried to make it a partisan issue, and it's really not. And what Mr. Rutherford just explained, this is exactly the nature of the problem. Both sides should be equally concerned about this issue, both sides of the aisle, my colleagues on the other side. I know that's for sure the case at home. At home, you don't see partisan division around this issue. I hear from mayors that are Democrats and mayors that are Republicans. I hear from county supervisors that are Republicans and county supervisors that are Democrats. And they're both equally concerned with the situation because we're dealing with it on the ground. And that's exactly why in my district, in Arizona, the 6th Congressional District, we get it. And we know what the solutions that are needed are. And that is an enforcement of the current laws and, as it was described, the measures in H.R. 2 that need to be adopted. These are the kind of policy changes that we need. It's not just all about resources. Resources is definitely a part of the solution, but resources without the proper policy changes and the proper policy enforcement, then the resources will be an incomplete solution to the problem. I would now like to yield additional time here to my friend from California. I would yield 2 minutes to my colleague from California, Mr. Valadao. Sir?
Well, I thank the gentleman from Arizona for yielding. What we're seeing at our southern border is a humanitarian and national security crisis. Earlier this year, I was at the border with my colleague from Arizona to see the situation on the ground firsthand. Our Border Patrol agents are overwhelmed by the surge of migrants from around the world, and we need to give them more support. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has sent a clear message that our southern border is open for business to drug smuggling and human trafficking. The flow of illegal drugs, guns, human traffickers has a direct impact on the people in the Central Valley. I just held the teletown hall this week, and one of the issues that came up the most was the situation at our border and concerns with fentanyl. We must take actions to combat the loss of life from illegal drugs like fentanyl, which are flowing across our open border at an alarming rate. The House has passed legislation this year to increase the number of Border Patrol agents, deploy new drone and surveillance technologies, and restore construction of the border wall. These are common sense measures that would go a long way to ensure our Border Patrol agents have the tools they need to deal with the crisis. For too long, extremes on both sides of the aisle have discouraged real and meaningful discussion regarding border security and immigration reform. We need to secure the border and make reforms to our broken immigration system. We won't be able to make these reforms or find compromise with the current humanitarian and national security crisis we have at the border today. I will continue working with my colleagues to find common ground for reforming our broken immigration system and to secure our border. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Representative Valadao, for that. As you can see, this is obviously California being a border state as well, but we heard from Florida, obviously from Arizona. This is a top issue. As I was mentioning at the beginning of my remarks, this is the #1 issue of our constituents, and it should be. This is something that is impacting every day, and it's something that has been getting worse and worse. It's not just in my district. My district, the 6th Congressional District, is a border district, and we know that that's actually obviously impacted. There are other border areas, even outside of my district, where migrants are being released on a daily basis, up in the hundreds. And this makes the community there, obviously, it's something that alarms them and that needs to be fixed. And let's understand something. Arizona, like Texas and California, we have clearly experienced living and breathing and existing and collaborating and prospering with our neighbors to the south. This is something that is part of our culture, part of who we are. And although the border has never been perfect, and no one's claiming that it has never been as open as it is today, and has never been described as the crisis at the level that it is now. And that's why it's concerning to all of us living there, because we've seen it deteriorate and get worse by the day. And in the last 2 years, we've seen examples of records broken that we never thought would be broken in terms of apprehensions, and also the amount of drugs coming in specifically through our ports of entry. And when the Biden administration has gotten involved, like they did about 10 days ago, it was to close a port of entry. Well, the results of closing that port of entry have been non-positive ones, given that the legal traffic has stopped, while the illegal traffic continues to not only happen but increase, while people are no able longer to cross for legal purposes. That's a problem, and that's, again, another sign of the administration missing the mark on this. I now want to yield 5 minutes to my colleague and neighbor up north in Arizona, someone that has been fighting for these issues longer than most, even in Arizona, in public office, and that is Mr. Andy Biggs. I would like to yield 5 minutes to him so he can address the House. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I thank the gentleman for yielding. Appreciate you holding this special order to discuss this most existential of issues. Talk about nihilism for a second. Nihilism is where you actually are fostering programs and activities to ensure your demise. Well, I can tell you what's happening on the border is unbelievable. So with my colleague, Mr. Ciscomani, starts talking about Lukeville. He's talking about the Lukeville port of entry. 35 people live in Lukeville. This is a port of entry where people from Phoenix and southern Arizona use to transport down to Rocky Point on the Sea of Cortez, and vice versa, and our friends from Mexico come on up and they go shopping in Arizona. It's a very synergistic type of relationship. But what happened more than 10 days ago, resulted in the closure 10 days ago of that port of entry, is that there were so many illegal aliens coming there and entering our country that the Border Patrol, they couldn't process them. ORO could not process the people. We couldn't keep enough people there to process legal traffic and deal with the influx of over 1,000 a day. Wow. So now we have that port of entry closed, and you still have 1,000 to 1,600 people a day coming there from all over the world. That's one of the distinctions. My friends in Texas, in Eagle Pass, which is also being inundated right now in Eagle Pass, Texas, which is in the Del Rio sector, but most of those folks are coming across, speak Spanish, because they're coming from Central American and Northern South American states. So what happens is, when you have these people coming in from Mali, or from Mauritania, or Madagascar, or from West Africa, Somalia, Syria, the Mideastern countries that are coming through Lukeville, we don't even have translators for them. And so our poor agents are down there, they can't even communicate with these folks. Well, that's just one port of entry. I'm going to give you one more example in Yuma. Yuma, town about 80,000, 85,000 people, sits right on the border across from San Luis, Mexico. And what happens there is they've got one hospital in Yuma. By the way, what is Yuma? So you know what it is. You need to understand what it is. Almost every piece of lettuce that you eat or other green vegetable, leafy vegetable in the wintertime for about 6 months out of the year comes from Yuma, Arizona. It's an agricultural community. They work well during planting and harvesting. 7,000 to 10,000, sometimes 12,000 people a day come across legally to help the farmers in Yuma. Well, what happens now? What happens now is if you're a lady and you're going to give birth to a baby, many times you can't even get into the maternity ward in Yuma, at the Yuma Regional Hospital. Why is that? Because the influx is from people from across the border who are in the country illegally, and the women are going to have babies right there at Yuma Regional. Every maternity bed is taken up, someone who doesn't live in this country. So where do they go? They drive 3.5 hours up to Phoenix, or 3.5 hours over to San Diego. We've known people who've had heart attacks and other really serious emergencies who could not even get into the emergency room in Yuma. They had to be transported by helicopter air evac up to Phoenix. Why is that? Because we're inundated at the southern border. This is a crisis of our own making, not ours, but this administration's making. People say to me, why do they do this? It's inexplicable. It's not incompetence. Surely if you were incompetent at some point you would say, hey, you know what, almost 10 million illegal aliens into the country in 3 years, we got a problem, we probably ought to change our policies. They don't want to change their policies. They do not want to enforce the law. There are laws on the books that would help slow this down immediately if they would enforce them. You know what the first one would be is that you actually take the 1.5 million people who are in this country illegally, who have received due process and have removal orders to leave the country, but who refuse to leave the country. You would say, we're going to actually find those people and remove them. You know what happens when you're removing people? Then folks say, hey, it's probably not worth spending every dime that I have, every dime my family has, getting in debt to the cartels and going across all of that hardship to get into the country. That's what they would say. How do we know that works? Because when President Trump said we're going to start removing people by their orders, it slowed it down. By the way, let's go back to Yuma for a sec. So Yuma, Arizona, where I was telling you about the hospital, under President Trump's last year, the entire year, 8,600 people illegally apprehended, not illegally apprehended, who were illegally entering the country were apprehended in the Yuma sector. That's like 120 miles long. They do that in a week now. It's about a week. That's about a week's worth of illegal aliens crossing. Trump had that for an entire year. You couldn't do that by accident or incompetence. It almost has to be by design. So we look at it and we say, how do you stop it? You start enforcing the law. How do you get this administration to enforce the law? You tell them, we're going to fund only certain aspects of the government, like the military, like Border Patrol, like ICE, like air traffic controllers, like TSA. Let's make sure the country's safe, but we're not going to give you, Mr. Biden, any more money than that for all of the bureaucracy and the crazy programs that you have out there. By the way, they churn out 40,000 pages of laws on a regular basis from those bureaucracies. We're just going to slow that down until you do something with measurable metrics that show us that you actually are bringing down the number of illegal border crossings and you bring it under control. That's how you settle this. We have got to settle this. It's going to change this country. And we could talk more about fentanyl. So when my colleagues across the aisle say that fentanyl, 90%, 95% or whatever, is seized at the ports of entry, why do you suppose that is? It's because at the ports of entry, you actually have people waiting there investigating and inspecting vehicles and individuals crossing. There are machines where they can look into a truck and see what's in there. They can see if there's something disorderly in there, and then they can inspect. Between the ports of entry, that's where we know that 1.75 million people have come across during the Biden administration. They're wearing camo and carpet shoes so they won't be detected. But our Buckeye cameras, our field cameras pick them up. We just can't get to them. Where Mr. Ciscomani lives in the Tucson sector, and I live in the Tucson sector, in that area the terrain is so rough and rugged that you might see somebody there, but it'll take you 2.5, 3 hours to get your vehicle there and get out of your vehicle and hike to where they are. And then they'll pop on up south of Phoenix. They'll go through the Tohono O'odham Reservation. They'll pop up through Pinal County, and they come out and they're 40 miles as the crow flies from Phoenix, which is a major hub of transporting illegal drugs and human trafficking. That's what's going on between the ports of entry. And every hearing that we've held in the last 3 years where this has been brought up, the Democrats have said, oh, but we interdict 95% of that at the ports of entry. No, you interdict 95% of the overall interdiction at the ports of entry. But you don't know what you're not interdicting. And what we do know is 1.75 million people carrying backpacks have come into our country. And what was in those backpacks? Used to be bales, big old bales of marijuana. It isn't big old bales of marijuana now. It's small backpacks to bring in fentanyl pills. That's what's going on. I beg this administration to wake up. I beg my colleagues to join us, and let's entice this administration. Let's entice them to do what's right and enforce our border laws. I thank the gentleman for having this special order today, and let's join hands and let's defeat this wide open border that is forever going to adjust our country. With that, Mr. Chairman and my good friend, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biggs. Thank you so much for your words and your work on this. As we close today's session on this, I want to reemphasize something that I said at the beginning, that this crisis, as much as we talk about this, and it absolutely is true on the national security side, on the risk and all the issues that I mentioned, I absolutely believe that the Biden administration has utterly failed at this, and we square up the responsibility of this on the president and his team on failing at the border, for sure. This is also something that is a humanitarian crisis. We have children that are being trafficked, and in a lot of cases, as described, recycled through when they cross, and then they get sent back, and then they keep getting recycled through as they are abusing the laws of that protect adults and treat them differently when they are carrying with them children, minors, specifically tender age children, which would be 12 and under. These issues are real, and even the New York Times published a story where they reported that there were over 85,000 minors missing in our country, that had been smuggled into the United States, and there was no way to track them, that the federal government had lost track of them. I'm a dad of 6. I'm an immigrant myself. When I look at that, it angers me. As a father, it angers me as an immigrant. There is no reason that our government should have lost track of these children. So this crisis affects kids and women and everyone being trafficked as well. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our border agents that have continually put their life on the line, the different organizations and all rankings, obviously the rank and file, and those men and women that are in the front line, and also those officers and everyone involved in this job. It's a thankless job that they're seeing the worst impact ever with the least support ever that they've had. So we need to make sure that we have their back, and I want them to know that we have their back. Also, one of the last things that I do want to say is this is not going to be just a complaining session. This is not just a session where we highlight and add light to the failures of the administration and complain about that. That's something that we need to be stronger on in the voice. But also, I've been offering solutions. We've been offering solutions, writing letters to the Secretary, demanding answers for the closure of the port of entry, working on bipartisan basis, calling for the National Guard to the border so they can be activated by this administration, and also offering different bills that would address the criminal aspect of what's happening at the border. I believe we need to secure our border now. The time is now to do that. I also agree that immigration reform is needed, and the asylum process updating is needed as well. And all this can be done and should be done. This should be the #1 priority that we have, and I am committed to making that happen in my time here in Congress. As my first year, this continues to be my issue. So I want to thank my colleagues for listening. I want to thank my colleagues for participating. And I want to thank my colleagues also for a partnership to protect the border, protect our communities, and make sure that everyone has a shot at the American dream the way that our system has been created for people to do so. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair. The chair lays before the House an enrolled bill.
H.R. 2670, an act to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2024 for military activities of the Department of Defense and for military construction, and for defense activities of the Department of Energy to prescribe military personnel strengths for such fiscal year and for other purposes.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Thank you. We're going to kind of follow up on the last series of speeches and point out to the American public over the next month, and we are now going to leave for about 2.5 weeks, over the next month, all eyes should be on the Republicans of the House of Representatives as we finally dig in and try to tackle the biggest problem that America faces today, and that is the illegal immigration across the southern border. I want to give you folks some statistics because I've talked to a lot of people, and some people are still confused and think we will be mean if we try to cut off the illegal immigration or xenophobic or something. I want to point out to the American people one more time that the number of people coming across our southern border each month is historically wildly high, and even high by the standards of the Biden administration. The most recent figures we have are still for October of 2023. Almost 300,000 people came across our southern border in October. That is up from about 180,000 a year ago, so from 180 to 290. If you go back 2 years, you're down under 100,000. And if you go back 3 years, it was under 20,000. So we're going up, even higher than I thought, about 14 times as many people are crossing the border today as were crossing the border 3 years ago. It is a disaster for the United States. Of that amount, we're up to having, depending on the month, 6,000 to 9,000 unaccompanied minors crossing the southern border. There was a time where Americans' heartstrings were pulled a little bit if a family was separated. If a 16-year-old comes across the border without either of their parents there, isn't that a broken family? And they may, for all we know, never see their parents again. They may be human trafficked. They might wind up working illegally on a third shift job. The New York Times reported, the Biden administration objects to it, but I think anybody would agree that tens of thousands of unaccompanied minors, they've lost track of where they are in America. Why aren't more people upset by this? And there are people who say, well, some of them are okay. Are we making any effort to find out if they're okay? In some other statistics that should be tackled here, as we permanently change America, we not only look at the number of people coming here illegally, but we should be looking at the number of people who are coming here who are being deported after they do bad things. And one more time, we find dramatic reductions in the number of people who are coming to our country, who are being deported from our country after they do bad things. In the most recent year available, about 72,000 people were deported primarily for breaking the law of some nature. Now you've got COVID in the middle there, but you go back to 2 years, and that 72,000 was 185,000. Before COVID hit at all, we were deporting about 250,000 people a year for breaking the law. We have now dropped that to about 1/4 as many. So we not only have a problem with the current administration has an open border, and the number of people crossing the border is up by about 14 times what it was 3 years ago, but the number of people deported compared to, and I don't like to make this a Trump thing, but compared to under Trump, has dropped about 1/4 as many. And it's hard to believe right now, But at the time of the Trump administration, people were critical because people were doing horrible things and weren't being deported. So I think President Trump should have been deporting more. But nevertheless, almost a quarter as many people are being deported as were 4 years. So we're both letting far more people in the country, and we're kicking out less people who I think everybody should agree were a problem. Now, there is going to be a strong effort made when Congress returns from our Christmas break to do something to aid the Ukraine. Well, the Republicans feel, and rightfully so, that this is such a crisis, what's going on our southern border, that we should not be addressing any other crises around the world until this situation is solved. There are other statistics that the public should be aware of. Every year in this country, over 1 million people are allowed in the country with green cards. So it's not impossible to come here. And right now, almost 1 million people are sworn in every year to become new citizens. This is the highest number that we've had since 2006. So don't let anybody say it's impossible to come here, that America is being xenophobic and turning their back on the world. 1 million people every year, just shy of that, are being sworn in legally. And 1 million people a year are also being let in on visas. As the result, nobody should say that America is afraid of people in other parts of the world. The only question is, should we have people coming here who have not been appropriately vetted? And how much of a quick change in the makeup of America's population can we stand? Here, I'll point out, last year I have available statistics, 970,000 new people were sworn in as America. I was at a ceremony in Milwaukee, and by itself that day, in Milwaukee County, about 270 people were sworn in 1 month in Milwaukee County by itself. Last year we had, despite this huge illegal immigration, we had just short of 1 million people naturalized, the most since 2008. There are only 2 years, from what I can tell in the last 50 years, that more people were legally sworn in as new citizens that were sworn in last year. And I am led to believe, at least by my local officials, that that number is going to go up again when we collect the final numbers from 2023. I strongly encourage my Republican colleagues to hold the line. We have passed legislation out of the House, and we don't even really need legislation, but we've passed legislation out of the House to change the immigration laws to the degree to which we will go back to where we were a couple years ago, and only a small number of people will come here that are not legal, and we will stop the current trend of having such a wholesale change in the makeup of our immigrants coming to America. John Adams said our Constitution is built for a moral and religious population and totally unfit for anybody else. We therefore have to make sure that just as we do a good job of raising our children who are expected to live in a country under our wonderful Constitution, which anticipates a limited government which is necessary for a free people, we have to make sure that the people who come here are a moral group of people who are prepared to live in a country based upon less government and leaving people alone. And if the House Republicans do not get what they want in January or February, it is scary for the future of our country. This is a fight the Republicans, of course, do not want. Who wants a fight? But it is something that's necessary to change our country. And if we lose that fight, we're going to go back to the days of 180, or continue the days of 180 or 300,000 people a month crossing the southern border. I hope the press pays careful attention to what's going on here, and I hope the American people pay close attention to what's going on here. Now, the next topic we're going to address, and we've addressed it before, is we are right now working through the 12 bills, which people back home, which we call appropriation bills, the people back home would call budget bills. And in virtually every bill, there will be a disagreement as to whether America ought to be spending more money identifying people based on racial makeup, trying to use racial makeup where your parents were born 2 or 3 or 10 generations ago, when determining who gets a job, who gets a promotion, who gets a government contract. This has been a big part of American life since 1965, but under the Biden administration, it has become a much bigger, you could say problem, but a bigger part of American life, as we ask people what their racial background is. I personally became aware of this, and maybe I should explain why it's something of concern to me, when a local human resources professional who contracted out to someone, and this business had over 50 employees, and it's something that every business with at least 50 employees has to worry about. They were going to hire a new engineer, and they were told by a firm they had hired to monitor this sort of thing that if they currently had 4 men who were engineers, they had to make sure the 5th person was a woman. In other words, despite the fact that a guy owned this company privately, the government was going to sit in the room and say, we don't care if you think the best guy for this job is a guy, it's got to be a woman. Later on, they were going to hire a new member of management. I think before this time, they had 4 members of management who all happened to be white folks. They were told the next person should be a person of color. And again, this person who called me was a human resources professional, a woman herself, but she just felt something was wrong with us. You know, it's our company. If we find somebody we think we ought to hire that person. The Biden administration and virtually every agency wants more attention paid to where people come from. I think there are 2 justifications for that, and I wish we were debating it more openly. The first justification is diversity. But I question whether that's really the motivation or just to divide Americans. The reason I say that is when you identify people by their ethnic background, it has nothing to do with their life experiences or their opinions on any individual issues. Some of the rules make no sense whatsoever. When identifying somebody, a person self-identifies. You could be 1/4 a protected class or 1/8 a protected class, and the government will say, because you are, say, 1/8 Peruvian, that therefore you bring a diverse viewpoint, and it's important we bring you into a company. That makes no sense. But that is the current justification. Or a justification may be that we have to make up for past sins. Again, people getting preferences are ever increasing. People who were not even in this country 20 years ago. Why would we have to put our thumb on the scale or order a company to hire somebody who, I was reading about a woman last night. She came here. She had, I think, 1 parent was from Jamaica and 1 parent was, I think, from the Bahamas. But in any event, this person, their ancestors did not suffer in any way to the United States. As a matter of fact, they thought the United States was so wonderful they would immigrate here. But nevertheless, they used the excuse that to make up for past injustice, we have to give you preferences. which makes no sense. The diversity argument is also strange. We can have somebody who came here from Vietnam 3 generations ago. Maybe they're right now 1/4 Vietnamese. Maybe they don't know how to talk Vietnamese and have never set foot in Vietnam. But according to the diversity bureaucracy, it's important they give preferences because they will bring a diverse viewpoint to the workplace. Does it make any sense to say you're going to bring a diverse viewpoint if you know nothing at all about the country or culture which you supposedly represent? In any event, there are programs along this line being pushed throughout the federal government. I think largely the Republican Party will try to decrease them and just say we're going to view people as individuals, while the Democrat Party wants to forever label people by where their grandfather or great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather lived. I think that is a recipe for divisiveness, and I hope the Republicans prevail, and I hope the American public objects to this increasingly divisive program. I want to focus on one area in particular. Recently, the Biden administration has decided to add to the groups of people who I think will be given preferences in a government contract. By the way, I recently toured a company owned by and run by a guy from Asia. His parents had founded the company and were very, very successful. But despite the fact that, from what I could tell, he was going to inherit a company worth tens of millions of dollars and had lived a very lavish, you could say, spoiled life to this point, he was taking advantage of, or was being given advantage for government contracting because he was perceived to be a protected person, or a person who needed assistance. This person who was going to inherit tens of millions of dollars, who was living in a upscale Wisconsin suburb, but under current law, he had to be given preferences over maybe somebody who lived in America for generations, who was brought up in a difficult background and founded his own company, working it up from the ground up. But because of this divisive affirmative action sort of stuff, the guy whose great-great-grandparents were here was going to be given a disadvantage in getting a government contract because he was not the son of Asian multimillionaires. We ought to have a discussion about this. Is this the sort of thing that should matter? But the Biden administration, in addition to trying to hire all sorts of new people in our agencies, they want a new group that would be considered a person of color and get preferences, and that is Middle Eastern or North Africans. Now, a couple comments about that. Right now, people, if you look at a map from Morocco all the way over to Iran, are considered just like any other American. They're not given preferences. Why they would get preferences, I don't know. I think most people from this part of the world have immigrated here only very recently, so I don't think you could say their parents or grandparents or great-great-grandparents were treated poorly in this country. Insofar as I know people from part of this world, I think they think like every average American. I don't see what sort of diverse viewpoint they're bringing to the workplace. Nevertheless, and I should point out, right now, people from Middle Eastern or North African background is making, if money can be described as a success, considerably more than the average American citizen, including the average American white citizen. Nevertheless, the Biden administration wants to put this group from Morocco, from Lebanon, from Syria, from Iran, they want to say that if you found a company here, you get preferences if you're dealing with the federal government. Now, too many people, I haven't yet to find one person back home who knows this, the Biden administration is trying to do this, but it's something that ought to be more publicized in the mainstream media and ought to be subject to debate. And one of the topics that should be brought up, is this a way to destroy America and divide America, or when people vote, create a situation in which, what are you going to give me because I'm from Peru? What are you going to give me because I'm from Vietnam? What are you going to give me because I'm from Iraq? What are you going to give me because I'm from Angola? I think that's the way we're headed, and the time is now to nip it in the bud. And by the way, I mentioned that people from North Africa make more than the average American. That's also true from the wealthiest immigrant group in this country, people from India. People from China make more than the average American. People from Philippines make more than the average American. People from Cuba make more than the average American. From what I can say, it might take 1 or 2 generations, but then people from Africa or Southeast Asia make more than the average American. So we should not be afraid to put an end to this. We have a labor shortage. These DEI specialists should be swept aside, and we should go back to the days in which companies could hire and promote people based on who is the best for the job. I hope this is discussed over the next 3 weeks back home, so when Congress reconvenes and works on our appropriation bills, we try what we do to get rid of these DEI specialists. The final topic of the day is with regard to 2 different groups who are being treated very differently, and it's time we got rid of the differences. Beginning in the 1960s, America began to institute, the federal government began to institute, widespread use of income-based benefits. Some of them were low-income housing benefits. Some of them were, at time, what we called AFDC benefits. Some of them were food benefits. Some of them were health care benefits. But they all gave more benefits to people who were considered to be in poverty. Frequently, that in poverty meant that you couldn't get married, because if you have a couple together and one of them has a job, they usually are not considered to be in poverty, so they don't get free housing, free food, free check. There's a flawed program called Earned Income Tax Credit, in which people also get more money. All these programs have 2 things in common. They largely penalize people who get married to someone with an income, and they all largely discourage people from working. And in my experience, talking to people on the lower level of the income scale, they all know when they should stop working to get the maximum benefits. There's a sweet spot if you're a single parent, around $16,000 to $18,000, and you get your Earned Income Tax Credit, you get your rent-free apartment or almost rent-free apartment, you get your food share, you get your medical care, you may be getting some separate individual checks. And as the result, we are discouraging 2 things. We are discouraging marriage, particularly marrying to somebody who's got an income, and we discourage work. There's a bill working our way through Congress right now, which is adding a new class of Pell Grants. Pell Grants are what amount to college scholarships for people who are perceived to be low income. And what happens with Pell Grants, and the same thing would be said about food stamps, the same thing should be said about low-income housing. If one couple gets married and raises a child on their own, under most cases, they're not eligible for free government scholarship. If they decide not to get married and maybe you have one parent with a small income, their children get what amounts to a college scholarship. I had a woman approach me saying that her and her husband got married and their daughter was $35,000 in debt when she graduated from college, and she thought that was unfair because her sister didn't get married and her daughter was getting what amounted to tuition or almost free tuition for 4 years because of the marital status of her parents. So the child of a married couple, 35 grand in debt, very little debt of the child of an unmarried couple. In America, we're supposed to be treating people equally, and obviously we're not treating people equally here. It's like it's the policy of the federal government to discourage marriage, and particularly discourage marriage if you have children. This is not something that's been talked about lately. It hasn't been talked out in depth here as far as I can tell since the 1990s, but since equity or equalness or something is the catchword that you hear a lot of around here, I think we ought to look at these programs and stop penalizing people who get married and have children. It's a shame, but a lot of people feel they can't afford to have kids anymore. Maybe they have no kids, maybe one child, and you hear it's because they don't have enough money. But meanwhile, we have no problem taxing them to make sure people with a different lifestyle have a variety of things. And I hope, it's not going to change in January or February, but I hope the people in this institution begin to think about that. Was it right to set up programs, and the only way you can get them is if you don't get married? So I hope when you have children. So I'll recount a little anecdote with regard to the Pell Grants. I used to speak on this back in Wisconsin before I was a congressman, and I would go through all the different programs which you lose if you get married and have a job. And I talked to a young gal who was in the room at the time, because sometimes I think I got to know more how young people think. And when talking about the grants that went out to people of supposedly low income, and of course this also encourages working off the books, all these things do, the gal told me and my husband got married before we had a child. But none of my friends are getting married, they get free college. And I think people in this institution have to stop and think, is that right? Should we be teaching the young people that you get free college if you don't get married when you have a kid? Well, that's what we're teaching them right now. That's what we taught that young gal in Green Bay, if she's listening. So I have heard what she said, and I hope it's something that's talked about a little bit more in this institution. So those are 3 topics for the American public to chew on over the next 3 weeks. The record number of people coming across our border and permanently changing America and bankrupting America. The obsession over identifying people where their great-great-grandparents came from, as if their view of the world is the same of somebody who was born in Mexico or China or somewhere else in the 1890s, and our rather strange policy of trying to discourage people from getting married before they have children. Hope the American people chew on that, and now I will yield to Mr. LaMaffa.
My colleague here, I know you've been covering a lot of very important subjects here, and I know you frequently are in the area of immigration and really the invasion of our border here. So I appreciate Mr. Grossman's strong efforts on highlighting that so the American people understand. And it really boils down to, when we're looking at the border invasion, that we have quite a battle, and I do not understand why the Biden White House is simply sitting by watching it happen, even having personnel propping the gates open to allow this to happen. We do not understand fully who's coming in, It's not just people from Mexico or even Central America. There's a lot of very dangerous people coming across the border. They apprehend many people on the known terrorist or mayhem list at the very least. And it's like, whose side are they on? Whose side is administration on when they allow this to happen? Whether it's the drugs coming across, the fentanyl, the people are setting up and going to be the potential terrorist cells that are going to hit this country at some point when we see all this protests going on over Palestine. They're just waiting for the green light on this. It's completely irresponsible, antithetical to the constitutional vows we take, what's going on with the Biden administration and their non-enforcement of the border. Much work needs to be done. I yield back to my friend.
Time for the gentleman from Wisconsin has expired. Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 313 of the Legislative Branch Appropriations Act 2001, 2 U.S.C. 1151, as amended by Section 1601 of Public Law 111-68. In the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, of the following member on the part of the House to the Board of Trustees to the Open World Leadership Center.
Mr. Bacon of Nebraska.
The Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Section 2406B, Part 3 of Public Law 116-9 in the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, of the following members on the part of the House to the Adams Memorial Commission.
Mr. Griffith of Virginia, Mr. Molinar of Michigan, Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, and Mr. Connolly of Virginia.
The Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 20 U.S.C. 4303 in the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, of the following member on the part of the House to the Board of Trustees of Gallaudet University.
Mr. Bouchon of Indiana and Ms. McCollum of Minnesota.
The Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 22 U.S.C. 1928A and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, of the following member on the part of the House to the United States Group of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly.
Mr. Norcross of New Jersey.
The Chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to 20 U.S.C. 4412 and the order of the House of January 9th, 2023, of the following members on the part of the House to the Board of Trustees of the Institute of American Indian and Alaska Native Culture and Arts Development.
Mr. Cole of Oklahoma and Ms. Ledger Fernandez of New Mexico.
Pursuant to Section 3Z of House Resolution 5, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.